Hello. All right, so we're getting started. We'll be doing Zomboid today, and then we'll see what happens, as we go on. Mostly going to be doing Longblade, but also some other stuff. Am I muted? Are you sure? My sound bars are green. Um, am I muted? I don't think that I am, but might be. If something's broken, that's unfortunate. Um, your stream broke, so it's reloaded. Is it fine now? That's never a good sign to see it when it starts like that. Okay, it's fine now. Whew. Mm-mm-mm. Stealing my glasses immediately. Fair. Okay. Bug. Yeah. Mm. Now you lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Now I lurk. In the shadows. With a sword. Attacking the zombies. So good morning in advance. I mean, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. It depends. I hope that everything stays good. Been worried about my internet lately. I'm usually live for 14 hours? Not 14. Between 5 and 7. And then sometimes 10. And sometimes 16 hours. It depends. But minimum 5 hours. Yeah, more than 8 hours, probably. Unless I do 7 hours. Like I said, 5 and 7, minimum. Yeah, enjoy your sleep. I'm not keeping you. You go to sleep. Okay, we were in the process of breaking every long blade that I have. We'll do some cooking and it's in-game evening. How many long blades are left? Can't be that many, right? The katana on my back, the katana in my bag. I think we're pretty much done with all of the long blades that were over here, right? Remove your pants, Higgins. They're too much. Ah, here they are. So we'll grab... Thank you for wellness. I have been drinking my tea. Congrats on first. You're supposed to go to bed. Good night. It's normal sometimes. Sometimes you need to recoup. It's important. Recoup days are good for the health. You pay back sleep debt. But just don't sleep too much. Well, you know, and otherwise that could be considered something that you need to see, like, see someone about. Because it could be a symptom of something. Maybe you ate something you weren't supposed to, your body's recovering, etc. Yeah, exertion is one of those things, though. Yeah. Life after love? So, I mean... What would I think about the zombies if they were singing that? I don't know. I don't know if I would think very much, actually. Hard to say. You know what I would be saying? No. Would you still be swinging? I would assume that you would still be swinging. Oh, I know what you would be saying, actually. Never mind, I figured it out. You'd be saying, over here. Hey. Hey there. Over here. That's what you'd be saying. Oh, I got it wrong. Zomboid? Zomboid? You think it died? I was checking my computer. Why did Zomboid crash so hard? Like, they crashed so hard, my whole PC froze. Like, everything. Everything froze. Except for VTube Studio. I don't know why VTube Studio didn't close, but it was the only program on my whole PC that was working. OBS froze. My music froze. Discord broke. All of it. Chat froze. I think you guys are back now, though, right? Yeah, I think you guys are back. It says welcome to chat room, so I'm going to assume that it's fine. I don't know what happened there, but something in that area is very upset. I'm hoping that it's not because the stupid raccoons. I might have to kill that raccoon. It was like a really fatal crash. I guess I'll just keep ragdolls off for right now. Metal or Black Death Metal. I could see them doing like that. I for some reason when somebody said when they I either get two songs in my head for the zomboids approaching me. So I get old songs, you know, like "Hello My Baby," "Hello My Honey," those kinds of songs, like old school songs, or I get the opposite, which would be like more newer-ish than that, but still kind of old, right? Like Thriller. It's newer than those old songs, but still old, right? Kind of. Uh, Comparatively, I mean. It's funny, because those songs are old now, but they didn't used to be old. Okay, wherever that raccoon is. If I see it again, I'm gonna kill it, because the raccoons are known for causing problems. It's because their fence animation's broken. I don't know, Thriller kind of just fits the zombies in my head for some reason. I don't know why. I'm guessing that I'm probably not the only one that thinks that as well. Still, it's a cool idea. Singing zombies, like singing and dancing. Wherever you are, raccoon, maybe it deleted it? I'll hope. No, it didn't. I'm like 95% sure that it was the raccoon. Wonder if I can lure it with grass. Would be a fun mod. Yeah, it would be. It sounds like it would be fun. I'm nervous because the game crashed once already, and like it was a sizable crash. Don't want to deal with it. Apologies, rodent. It reminds me of the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. There was like an episode where there's this brain monster or whatever, and it wants to eat brains or something. Was it like an alien or something? It's fun. That was a fun one. It's like a sing-along one. Those shows were always fun. Those kinds of old school, kind of like Courage the Cowardly Dog or Scooby Doo or fun cartoons. Do they have like cartoons like that now? Like that exist for the I wonder. I haven't actually looked. Cartoons that are both informative but like not like that are fun too. And that you can tell people put a lot of passion into them. Seen this rock like a ton, so I'm gonna bring it back with me. Hello. Morning. You having a good morning so far? I'm doing some cooking. How's your art been? It's been good. Did you enjoy the festivities? You doing the fancy um like Halloween skinny stuff. Hopefully you got the frame stuff under control, because it was kind of laggy, right? I don't like when games do that. It's so annoying. Why can't technology just work for everybody? But it's like, yeah. And I had a crash today, same thing. While I was running over towards one of the by the storage units, I think there's a raccoon that's over there. I think it crashed my game. Like it was a hard crash too. Like it froze all my programs except for VTube Studio. The rest, for some reason, it froze Windows. It's froze Discord. Zomboid obviously crashed. Froze OBS, froze all of like the internet windows, everything. But for some reason VTube Studio is able to handle it. I don't know why. I don't know how. It's just maybe the code's optimized, I guess. I don't know. It's hilarious that my webcam was still doing like being functional and was working. Like it all broke. You had a rat crash your Zomboid? Oh, that sounds awful. What did the rat do? It just randomly caused a crash? Yeah, that's not good when that happens. We don't want that. We just want the game to run, right? Because it's no fun if you were to get killed because of that, you know? It's like, well, like, come on, it's no fun. We want to die in, like, by messing up, making a mistake, or, you know... The one death in Zomboid that doesn't happen really all that often is the Blaze of Glory death, you know, where your character is able to go out fighting. It doesn't... It's usually a flank or something simple. Here, let's do this really quick. Got a leak, and it's the only thing that you can think of. There have been crashes with the raccoons, so much so that IndieStone disabled one of their animations. But I don't know, it's one of those strange scenarios. There's a raccoon and there's a rat over there. There's a couple of rats over there. I'm not sure what would have caused such a fatal crash, but at the same time, I didn't look at the crash report, so I probably should look at that at some point, figure it out. The crash folder would give me info on it. And if I can't translate it, there are lots of folks who are better than me at the code that can, so it's nice having folks around that can help. The big thing is, though, that it doesn't interrupt folks and ruin their runs, because I don't like losing this run. I would be like, okay, well, you know, it happened. That said, though, I don't like hearing about other people losing their runs because of stuff like that. That's no fun. There's one error interaction that I can cause at the moment that's kind of that I didn't notice before, and it involves the mask and eating. If you try to move while doing the eating animation, sometimes while you have a mask on, it sometimes will cause an error. I'm glad that you had fun with Ark, though. Ark has its fair share of crashes, too. The reason why I'm chopping up all this food is to get some cooking XP, because I need to go and cull some of my rabbits, and I don't have the space for all of it, so... Although this is wasteful, at least I'm getting cooking XP out of it. Oh yeah, it's been kind of cool seeing you and Molly playing Zomboid again. It's good to take breaks. Zomboid can sometimes be tiring game. Got that same sort of style as The Sims, where it can be like, yeah, need a break from your in-game like family. Maybe do something different. I was thinking about maybe doing up a seed, like, as I've got one CDDA run running at the moment, I was thinking of maybe doing something else as well. It's also been a little while since I've done sprinters. Maybe I'll do sprinters. We'll see. Maybe something that I think about, like, after, so like in December. Hopefully by then the paperwork goes through and and I can start planning my move. Oh, you found the glass making. Okay. Have you seen the glass making animation? If you haven't, it's a treat. It's pretty cool. Not for making panes, but if you make anything else, like the bottles and stuff, there's a special animation for it. I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but it is pretty good. It's a good animation. I like it. It's a unique animation. Yeah, it doesn't apply to windows though, because window panes are done in a pan. So they're done in one of those like ceramic pans. So those ones don't get the animation. You got the wine glass recipe? Oh, there you go. That one's not too hard, is it? Or no, that one, if I remember right, is like a level 9 glass making, isn't it? 7. Yeah. But you should be able to find a regular glass fairly quickly. Okay, why is this level 7 now? I don't know why they're locking these so, like, behind such high levels of glass making. Like, I can understand the champagne glass being up there, but it's like, I don't know. Seems a little excessive. There's just not enough. That's the thing, is there's not enough to justify it. That's why I'm a firm believer that we should have the whole greenhouse stuff. It's sitting there in the code. Should make use of it. It's partly due to the fact of how do you level. Well, you're gonna have to level your glass making via making windows, right? Because you don't get any XP for making glass itself. You have to make something out of it. So you're limited to the you're limited to whatever's in this window right here. These are the things you level with, right? There's not enough. Right? My choices are to make bottles because I'm level 3 glass making. But that said, it's just, and you want to pick the thing that has the highest level in order to get the most XP. So you'd make panes until you can make glasses, until you make bottles, and so on, right? And then apparently this one, yeah, you'd skip making mirrors unless I've got the ability to make a fair amount of steel sheets. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's just there's not enough there, and then the leveling like is too limited. Like there's no proper leveling for it. It's a little bit too linear. Well, especially when you can look at things like mechanics, where yeah, you could choose to destroy a vehicle, like go up to a vehicle and take apart parts you aren't able to take apart to learn better, or you could wait until you're skilled enough to take apart the whole vehicle, and then you do 5 vehicles. But you can do many different kinds of vehicles. There's more, even though mechanics, and the reason why I'm comparing it to mechanics is because mechanics is one of those skills that a lot of people have pain in. They don't like it that much because of how slow it is to level. If you compare glass making currently to mechanics, yes, mechanics has been around for a lot longer, but there's just not enough to level with it, right? If they implemented some kind of glass weaponry, like being able, but in order to do that, they'd also have to take a look at the sound effects too, because the sound effects of the glass tip spear is one of the loudest sound effects in the game for some reason when it breaks. I don't recommend using it because of that. It's so loud. And it doesn't last very long anyways. It just is not, it's not that worth. Let's put these. Drinking out of a wine glass should give extra happiness. I'm still under the impression that there should be positive buffs in the game as well. If you're taking care of your character, there should be some sort of added benefit for that. There currently is only the well-fed buff, and it doesn't last very long. It's a very short-lived buff. Meanwhile, there's like tons of things that hamper your character, right? It'd be nice if there was something that balanced that out a little bit. Rewards the player for taking care of themselves. Kind of like in The Sims, how they have aspiration, right? You take care of your sim, they're more willing to do things. They gain their skills better. They last longer. They're just better overall. And then you could offset it by having the actual like debuffs, like being depressed and tired and stuff, be worse. I think people would take that. They would very happily take worse debuffs for positives that they can earn themselves through effort, right? Solid. Okay, we're good. I want to do something. This is not going to be the most fun thing to do, but I don't want to go out and I need to reset my sleeping schedule. We'll get there though, I'm sure. There'll be more things eventually. You can find those kinds of weaknesses in almost all of the skills. There's always something. Like if you're level 0 trapping, how are you supposed to level to that first level of trapping without going and getting traps that exist in the world already? Or having the magazines. You actually have to go foraging for the magazines. And what if you're a person that doesn't like foraging? Well, suddenly you're at a loss, right? There's no way to train a skill like that without you relying on the other sets of skills in some way, shape, or form, whether it be looting or even just going into another skill entirely. Like, for example, if you want to be a master blacksmith, you need to be very good at knapping and masonry and pottery. Or at least a couple of levels in them, so that you can have the kiln and you can have the ability to get a crucible. And currently the crucible recipe doesn't work in the wild. Like, without any zombies. Like, if you were to go off and into the woods, you can't make a crucible unless you forage up one of the fire starting methods, which is unfortunate. Like, because you can't light a candle without having one of those methods. So lighting a candle's out. Magnesium fire starter is a camping equipment item, lootable. I think you can forage it as well, but once again, that's leaning on random chance and hoping that you get it through foraging. Foraging is too random. I think that could be fixed very easily by implementing animal fat or lard into the butchering recipes. That would also fix some of the problems with calories in meats without actually affecting the meat themselves. Plus, you give us a candle recipe made with twine and animal fat or, you know, lard. And then allow candles to be lit on fires. I would just love it to be able to have ambient lighting as well. Just like to be able to put a candle on this dresser over here. It would be cool to have like no power, but still be able to function. Hello. Not that, like, I mean, you can't function with no power, because you can. The first 2 years of this game that I played here, we didn't have power. You don't need power, it's a luxury, but at the end of the day, it makes a lot of things faster. Like not having to start fires and being able to keep your food for longer. I messed up my character's sleep schedule, so we're burning an entire day reloading in order to fix it. So that's why I'm doing this. So I could choose to do this, or I could choose to work out. Reloading's gonna take quite a while. I'd rather at least take another chunk out of it if I can, so that I don't have to do a full 20-hour stream in order to reload, if I ever make it that far. Doing little chunks like this is not too bad. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Just thinking about stuff. Thank you for my app back, by the way. I do appreciate. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wish that the happiness-unhappiness system in the game was a little bit both ways, instead of just hampering the player. There's a lot of Zomboid that just, it seems like it kicks the player when they're down, which is fine. I'm okay with a bit of that, but at the same time, and actually I really like it all overall. Like, it's one of the best parts of Zomboid, in my opinion. That said, though, having things work in favor as well would be good too. You'd have a lot more to strive for in that way. I look like a femboy? I see. Well, that's interesting. If we were to go into details on that sort of stuff, I classify myself as female. But that said, I know that there are people that don't agree with that. They're entitled to their opinion, and I'm not going to take that away from them. But that said, it's one of those strange things for some people. Yeah. What are you? I mean, I'm not available. I've got a partner. Thank you. Oh, I accidentally dropped that. I'm human. At the end of the day, does it really matter as well? Like, I mean, is it gonna change your opinion one way or another? And should it really? I don't think it should. If you're judging somebody based on their gender, then that is wrong. It's like judging someone based on their race. It doesn't matter. We're all human beings. We should all be treated equally. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't talk about that stuff very often because it doesn't matter. Like, it'll come up sometimes, and I have no problems with it. It's just that it ends up being one of those topics that can go very volatile very quickly because, similar to politics, religion, it ends up being a case of belief. And although there is science that backs up gender... what is it? That word always messes me up. I need to be looking at the word in order to read it in my head, but it's trying to remember. Yeah, I could look up the word really quickly, and that way I can pause for a moment. Gender dysphoria. Essentially, it's like being trapped in your own, like, and it not matching. Right? It's It can be traced to psychological issues of some kind, I think, in somewhere. Yeah. It's also in in order to talk in the chat, there's a little blurb that comes up, rules and whatnot. It's in there too. Nobody reads those things though, or few. Sorry, not nobody. The good people read them, but most folks don't. It's in my about section. I have no problems talking about this stuff. It's one of those things where it's like, if folks are interested, like genuinely interested in learning about that stuff, then I'm willing. But most of the time they do it out of just place of a strange place, because it's often it's weirdly malicious. I don't understand it, why it's like that, but some people just can't help themselves, I guess. They need to put others down in order to feel better about themselves. Yet then they themselves may also have some other disorder that maybe, it's like having a glandular problem or any of those kinds of, like, any disease, right? Similar to that. It's a psychological disease, kind of, but not quite, right? It's not quite the same thing, but that's what it's the easiest thing I can relate it to. Because it's not fitting where you, like, and not feeling comfortable within yourself. So, and like, there, you can go into deep brain scans on this whole topic, and it can get quite deep. But obviously the folks that are just like, you're a dude or you're a girl or whatever, they're not going to want to look into the science. They're just going to want to, open their mouth and say hateful things. They don't want to learn anything. They're scared of books. Yeah, you skim about section. See, then that's fine. Like, I mean, oftentimes it's tough to read those sorts of things for every single person, and I get that. It's not like it's a requirement or anything. And I'm not lashing out at you specifically. I just if folks are curious why I don't talk about that stuff, why I don't have tags about it in my the bottom of my stream or any of those kinds of things, it's because I don't feel like I need to put the extra target to bring in hateful people here. I don't think that that's necessary. It's not the point of my stream. My point of my stream is to enjoy company of good people, and we can go on adventures together. And if it's not a focal, right? It's not meant to be a focal anyways. It's just something that happens to be about me that's personal, and that I don't really talk about it all that much because there's no need anymore. I've been at peace with it for years, and although there are aspects of it that I am going to do more of in the future, like I'm going to be leaning onto, like, and probably be excited about surgeries and other things. But the point being is that stuff it's more personal. I don't need to. I can let the community know when they're going to happen or things like that, but it's not necessary to. Yeah. Because I already get a lot of that stuff as it is. There's a lot of folks that come in and they're very aggressive and like that. And those folks can see the door. I mean, I'm not keeping them here, but for some reason, some folks like to hate watch, and I don't know why that is. It's so confusing to me, some trolling things, and I don't understand. It's not something I can comprehend, and I don't think I'm meant to. My kind of brain doesn't have the processing of that. Like, there's an illogicalness to that stuff, and it doesn't, like, it doesn't click. I don't understand why you would want to see someone hurt. I don't understand why does, are you sitting in the bedroom with that person when they're with their partner? No. Right? So why does it matter to you? Well, because it's against my beliefs and it's against my values. It's like, well, I mean, your values shouldn't be pushed on other people. Well, yes, they should. Well, then that enters the realm of proselytizing and it's not necessary. You don't need to be doing that. But yet some people are very passionate, and with passion comes extremes sometimes. Sometimes it's not good, right? Like, but in those cases, because you always hear about the extreme cases where people take it too far. And that goes for both sides, which is why I don't talk about I mean, it goes for both sides of the argument, because you hear about the extremes of even the LGBT, Q plus folks as well, taking it a little too far. I'm for both, obviously. Like, I mean, I want people to be able to do what they want, just so long as it doesn't hurt anyone. And those folks that don't like that stuff shouldn't have to see that stuff if they don't want to. Same as, the folks that want to not feel repressed. They shouldn't be repressed. But yeah. Hopefully that gives some idea of my views. But I am willing to learn and listen and see. It's just a lot of the time it comes down to there's no logic in it. And as a result of there not being any logic, I'm confused. And they're like, oh, well, physically you're one way. Like you've got an Adam's apple. Oh, you got this, that, and the other thing. Okay, yeah. But what about brain waves? What about the science behind the chemicals in the brain? That some folks are physically one way, but their brain is another. I mean, it's not necessarily... you see it, and there's this realm of, okay, well, what do you cause that? Oh, well, that's a special case. Well, okay, but how many special cases are there? There's billions of people in the world, right? There are going to be hundreds of thousands of special cases. At what point is it no longer a special case? Plus, by being quite closed-minded, folks will no longer there's a lot of creativity that comes out of the people being not repressed. Same for there we go. Gifted Miss Phantom's a sub. Enjoy your gifted sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. Hopefully they match well with your turtle emotes. You were crying for how little you're gaining. We're playing as this is Rat Race, so it's less XP than you normally get in vanilla. It's 0.8, so 0.8 XP. Also, I am one of the people that is kind of... I complain about XP a little bit, but I'm allowed a little because I take the worst of the worst. So I got Slow Learner and Reluctant Fighter, meaning that I have even less XP gains. That's why when I hit a level up, it's like celebratory. You're in the Rat Race too, so you're getting like 0.2 XP. Yeah, I'm getting like so little. But the reason why is because I've set up myself for success in some ways on this particular character. This character is a police officer, so they get bonuses to reloading, an XP bonus of ×6. I know it says plus 100% there. Or is it ×6 or is it times... No, I think it's ×6. Something like that. Oh. Elm started a hype train with his gift. Oh, it's 3 months. That's why. Okay. He gave 3 months to Miss Adams. That's very kind, Elm. Thank you. But yeah, it's hard. It's definitely hard because there are some folks that, I don't know. There are definitely places for it, and there's timing for it as well. Because you don't want people to make mistakes. Like, I wouldn't want, like, a child to be super confused about themselves. got to find peace in yourself, be a little bit more further along in development before you're making rash decisions about that stuff. Because you don't know. It's one of those things that it's difficult to say. Knowing oneself is tough, especially when you're still trying to learn about yourself. But I can say with confidence that I know who I am. I enjoy being who I am. I'm good with myself. Although I do get shy and I have some tendencies that are kind of odd, there is peace in my like inside me. I'm peaceful. I've got a partner. I've had a business. I've done quite a lot, and I'm at peace with the things that I've done and the things that I will do. For the most part. Although there are times where it's going to be interesting. You can't wait for your points 16. You might get a little bit more than that. Maybe. Yeah, no, I agree with you. The why am I like this? Those moments of just deep sadness that sometimes wash over you. It's an ebb and a flow thing. Human beings need both. In order to experience the extreme happinesses and the extreme highs that we sometimes get, that feeling of this is the best moment ever needs to be paired with, lows that are of similar. It's just be about balancing those lows so they don't hit you quite as hard, or you have people around you that can support you during those lows so that you're okay, and then you can still continue to experience the good things. It does suck though. I don't like being in those states, because I experienced those just like everybody does, right? States where I'm questioning my existence, states where I'm like, what am I doing? I mean, and then, existentialism, depression, stuff like that, right? But I can talk about it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to trauma dump it, but, I can just say sometimes I get sad. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes I'm in between. I'm a human being. I'm dynamic. Same as everybody. But I always like to stamp it with, we're all the same. As much as you can complain, gender, race, whatever, it doesn't matter. We are we're human beings. We should be treated the same. Doesn't matter your class, your standing, your race, your gender, whatever. And I'll continue to believe in that philosophy until, even the folks that don't agree with it. They are allowed to not agree. Their opinion is valid. Sometimes I run, sometimes I hide. Yeah. It's good music. But yeah, hopefully that gives some folks an idea of where I sit mentally. I know I don't talk about that stuff often. It's because, once again, it's hard sometimes. Nope. Elm's gifted more subs. Thanks for the gifted sub, Elm. Do very much appreciate. 3 more months for a friend of mine who enjoys high fives. Yeah, it's good to be vulnerable sometimes. Well, I don't really... I don't really talk about that stuff much on stream, because it's sort of, it's one of those things where, would you expect somebody with an autistic style to talk about their autism? Or if I've got scoliosis, am I talking about my curved back? Or am I, et cetera, right? If I've got diabetes, do you hear me talking about it? No. Like it's or cancers. Sometimes it's hard, right? if you have cancer and you know that you have a limited time, like, are you going to want to talk about it at every waking moment? Probably not. And that's why I relate it similar to that, is because it's similar to a disease, but not quite the same, right? Because it's not a disease. I don't consider it a disease. I consider it a mental, like a psychological issue, like kind of like being yeah. You tried to do TTS? Oh, I don't have TTS for that, but I can sing it for you if you want me to. Yeah, I like autism is a good kind of, because a lot of people will clasp to their, I have ADHD or it's stuff like that. But you got to remember that while you do have ADHD or you do have autism or you do have any of those kinds of things, they do not define you. You are not the autistic. You are not the ADHD. That is not what you are. You are a human being. You are dynamic. You have many different styles, ebbs and flows, right? You've got lots of different parts of you. The ADHD is just a small portion, just a teeny tiny little part. Yeah, sure, it can inherit, like it can cause you to specifically do certain things maybe, but it's, oh, I brought the ammo with me. Darn it. That's the thing. If it helps vent, then that's fine. Like if you it's good to vent. That's very much good to keep keep your emotions flowing. But yeah, I don't like when people talk about it and as like their whole being. 'Cause it's not. That's not you. You're not the ADHD. You're much more than that, and it's like, it reminds me of those folks that are like, that you hear about from like their football days, and they just constantly are talking about their football days. They don't ever move forward. They kind of just are trapped in that particular instance of their life, right? That they are the college footballer or high school or whichever, right? You don't need to be trapped in that one aspect of your life. You have a whole life. Like your whole life. You don't have to be locked into this one moment. Enjoy every aspect of your life. Smell the roses. They're there. Yeah, it's good to vent. I agree with that 100%. Let me put this here. Well, and now I guess I'll make swords instead. We help you focus on it for a bit because, yeah, exactly. And sometimes that diagnosis is closure, because you can be like, I know now why I'm doing some of the things I'm doing. It's because of, yes. So it is similar, right? It's a similar thing to gender dysphoria. It's the same kind of aspect. It's being like, oh, yeah, it's like a clarity. It's almost like an epiphany. Like you suddenly are like, oh, now I get it, right? But don't let it define you. It's good to have that moment of clarity, but it's also, it can't just overwrite your whole life. Thank you again for the hype train. I do very much appreciate. Yeah. I don't think I'm autistic. I'm definitely on the spectrum somewhere, but and I do have ADHD, but it's one of those strange instances of strangeness. It's like, I don't know exactly. Where, and then I also, there's another part of me that's like, does it really matter though? Yes, I could have the answer if I want. I could go and get myself tested fully, because I've already been tested once. The first time I was tested was, I didn't fully know I was getting tested for that at the time. So it was kind of one of those situations of me being a youth, I was tested because I was disruptive in school. That was the first time I got tested. Is they actually thought that I had something wrong with me in terms of thinking that I was, to put it plainly, they said that, you know, that I was slow. That I was, had some mental issues. Don't know exactly which ones because they never showed me those papers. But it ended up being very wrong. Yeah, it's sometimes it's just being about peace, at peace with yourself with that stuff, right? Sometimes you want to know though. It adds closure, which is good. Like, I mean, closure is good. And psychologists are amazing. They're very good at being able to help sort of mold some of those feelings and help you understand them. Similar to because sometimes it's hard to understand some feelings, like, and you can be sitting there and you're like, why do I feel this way? There's no reason for me to feel this way, and yet I feel this way. It's sort of like that, right? It ends up being like everything can be right in your world, but there's something that's not right and you can't place it. It's good to have a professional opinion as a result of that. Once again, I'm not a psychologist, so I've read a lot of psychology. There was a time where I was considering, you know, the being in the medical field, but it's not, like I said, not something that I want to get involved in. Mostly because I don't know if I could handle the amount of loss that would be around. It's quite it's a hard field to get into. Similar to politics, why I didn't get into politics. I was going to, and then I just the amount of just terribleness that's involved in that is just overwhelming. Yeah. If it's got you at peace, that's good. And I'm glad that it's working for you. And I like to hear stories like that, especially that people are doing okay. Because people need to be okay. So at one point in time, I was gonna get into it very deeply. And I had all the books. I was starting to do this, like, work on the courses, and I seen some stuff in that I no, never ever do I want to get involved in that. I'd lose part of myself as a human being, and I just am not interested in that. It's not worth it. Because you end up, it's not just like it ends up just not being great. Yeah, if anybody ever wanted to chat about that stuff, or at least like understand where I'm coming from in my brain and why I've reached the conclusions that I've reached, it's I don't mind talking about it. It doesn't bother me to talk about that stuff. But it should come with the added stamp of, if somebody's going to be hostile, I'm not going to I'm not looking for approval. I don't need approval. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very easy because it's one of those topics that people are almost expecting it to go sideways, but it doesn't have to. It's about keeping it civil and remembering that at the end of the day, it's not a person's views are also not their only parts of them, right? Just because you disagree with somebody's morals or somebody's like, somebody's perspective doesn't mean that, for example, I know a lot about Project Zomboid. We can understand that, right? Like I know quite a lot. Not everything. I'm not all encompassing, and I don't know more than, say, the coders and the devs. The coders and the devs have more knowledge than me, right? But that said, my knowledge of Project Zomboid does not cross over into the realm of the medical field or cars or any of those kinds of fields, right? Like they're separate fields. It's different, and you can take somebody's opinion and still appreciate it in other fields, even if you don't like some of their views. Same for art, right? Some people are really great at art, but maybe their views are not particularly the best. A good example of that would be I can appreciate the Harry Potter series, and I can appreciate the world they're in, like the world building and just how like that whole world is. But from what I've seen of J.K. Rowling and and her actions, I don't know if she's like all there, right? So I don't agree with some of her views, but that said, I can admit her stories are wonderful. Like they're good art, very beautiful. And I like Harry Potter. I think it's a good series. I enjoyed the movies and the books. There's lines to cross, though, sometimes with that stuff. It's hard to say. That's just one example, though. I'm hoping that example's a good enough one, but it's hard to say sometimes, right? Yeah. I'm the same way. I try to ignore it because it's not important to the universe that was created, and it's not something that matters. Yeah, sure. Like it's separate things, right? Like they're separate worlds, separate entities, separate bounce of knowledge. It's just like Thomas Edison was very much steely with a lot of his stuff, right? But you can't dislike so you can dislike Edison and his antics, but let's face it, Tesla wasn't putting his ideas forward well enough, and that's why Edison took a lot of them, right? Is because Tesla just wasn't getting his word out the right way. So Edison, I don't condone what Edison was doing, but I can understand that whole side of it being a little bit, right? And we can be appreciative of that stuff because we have our scientific advances as a result of it, right? So even if the situation itself was bad, it still leads to sometimes a good thing. Many bad situations can sometimes turn a positive profit. Not that I condone, things like the wars that are going on right now. I think we should stop with all the fighting because I think it's stupid and that we're being we're valuing things oddly. However, in saying that, I don't fully understand nor comprehend the value of these things that people are fighting for. I'm part Ukrainian, yet I don't really fully understand the Ukrainian and Russian war. Nor do I fully understand the Islamic and the Palestinian issues that are happening right now either. And also it doesn't help that our media here is kind of shitty on both ends. They're not really giving us the full story. They're kind of spoon feeding us parts of the story. So it becomes kind of weird, right? I just know that I would prefer us stopping, like, not doing all this stupid, senseless violence. But hopefully they come to some kind of accord. Recently I've heard that there was some talks of peace, so that would be kind of nice if that ended up happening. Because we're so full of ourselves, humanity, and it's just absurd sometimes. We think we're the greatest thing ever, and we just, I very much would love it if we actually successfully did sentient AI, like actual AI, because not this goofy, silly things that exist now where you type in a prompt and they spit out something. No, I mean like actual dangerous Skynet, or like if we got invaded by aliens, that would be kind of cool. I'm for that. You know, let humanity hit like a little bit of an ego check. Are you human? I thought you were a frog. I am not a frog, actually. I am a human being. I know the frog hat is very much a surprise, but yeah. Hopefully you're having a good day, Canid. I'm having a good day. It's nice to see you. Ah, it's tough. I've been exposed as human. Oh no. Must have been confused. Nah, I think you're doing okay. Yeah, it's one of those things that's interesting to me. It's hard though at the same time, because we want to have deeper understanding. We want to really delve into, you know, but it's I don't know. We get bored, and then we do war stuff. What it feels like. It feels like there's always something like that going on. You decided to pop in and see what I'm up to, and we ended up talking about stuff that's all controversial at all times. It happens, though. Sometimes I get off on tangents like that. Can't help it. All stemming from initial confusion about whether I'm a femboy or not. And if, like I said before, if we were to really break it down, I don't see myself as a femboy. Although I have received that comment before, it's not something that I resonate with. I don't take it as an insult, though. It's positive. It means I have both the air of masculinity, but also a femininity about me, which is kind of interesting in terms of dynamic. Kind of like Marilyn Manson, but maybe not quite so rocker-y, you know? We're on the gauntlet of don't mention that. Oh, I can really, like, run that gauntlet real quick. I can knock all the, like, guess who off of that. Guess who, it's a mystery. Controversy. I can't go out today because we had a nightmare. Dang it, Higgins. Why you gotta ruin the day? He's gonna be tired by noon. Yeah, I'm having a good day. Kanan's another streamer that does marathon style streaming. Like, way, like, long hours. There's a lot of streamers here, actually, which is kind of nice. I'm bad. I've not seen you on as much lately, but perhaps it's just bad timing on my part. Or either that, or perhaps maybe the algorithm's not been, like, maybe you have been live and I've just missed it. It's one of those weird things. It could just be that we're off kilter, like we're not on the same time frame. I myself have been kind of in weird time at the moment. Let's see. Every day. Forever. I gotta go. Alrighty, you have yourself a good one. Ha. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's good to just have one of those weird, controversial chats. I like them sometimes. They leave a feeling of kind of like, a feeling of ease at the end, I suppose. Whether people agree with me or not is not relevant. It's just a matter of that, you know, people can see where everyone sort of stands on things. It's fine. At least I see it that way. Perhaps I'm weird, though. I don't know. Maybe it's not natural to feel that way. I'm just gonna stand here until it's light time. We could do reloading, I could work out. There's a lot of productive things I could do, but nah. Sometimes you don't feel like being productive, and that's okay. And sometimes the trees attack you violently. No bunnies. Are they in distress, or is that normal for they squeal like that? I think it's normal. At least I think. Sorry, it's easy. So I've got to do this to keep the population of the rabbits down a bit. They're a little too populated. But I also don't like them. Oh, I must have dropped it. I'll do 10 more. Mm. 17. I just went back and read some of the chat, and it is funny sometimes. So many rabbits. But I've almost got them all. Or at least the ones that will clear for now. Can I show on the map where my base is? I don't even need to show. You should be able to guess this. Zomboid GeoGuessr. Go ahead. This is a very popular location. And this one's not... This is just my rabbit farm. This isn't my actual base. You should be able to guess where this is, though. Super popular location. Best hint I can give you is CDDA. Is this the farm north of CDDA? You are correct. Yeah, it is. It's a good location. The fog is extra challenging. No, it is not. That is part of Zomboid GeoGuessr. Some of the prompts have fog. But if you were to show me, you wouldn't even need to show me like all of this area either. You could show me like part of the fence in the house just right here, or even like there's so many spots here that you could just give me a piece of the woods and I probably could figure it out. There's some locations that are just like that, though. This is one of them. Good morning. What do you mean, oops? I'm gonna just take it as you're being very enthusiastic this morning. It's like one of those commercials. Good morning to you. It's never quite that good a morning. Well, I can hope that you have one of those mornings very soon in the future then. It's been a while since you've heard that one. It's funny because you could do a little bit of any song and you could take people, certain folks will just be shot back into nostalgia land. You just can't help it. It's like just little pieces of jingles. That's my playlist is set up like that. This playlist that I have for my music, it takes me back to those times. Those times when things were great. They're not that they aren't good now. They are pretty good now. It's just that there was less to worry about back then. There was less adult issues, or obvious, stuff like that. For a lot of it. Some of it actually is, it just depends, right? Or they're like happy place moments in my mind. Like sitting up late at night watching Emma play Mass Effect, and even though some of those times were kind of tough because I was working during a lot of those times, it was something I looked forward to. Which is why the songs are the way they are. Trying to remember, where was that song? That song was originally that was a Viagra commercial, I think, which is hilarious. It's funny because when those sorts of songs, they don't get to keep their innocence. There's no, that's what happens sometimes. They get like stuck in that. They just can't help it, right? Like there's some movies that or other media that tie a song down, and it's just that the song belongs to that media now. Yeah, see? It's not even noon and you're too tired. Yeah, I have parodies. Like I have a particular song on my playlist that actually is it's the original in instrumental, but a lot of folks are gonna only really remember the Fallen Kingdom parody from Minecraft for it. Especially because we're, you know, this is a stream. It's in the gaming world. So it'll lean more towards that. It's just how it is. You found one of those like saltines in a bin. That's unfortunate. Or fortunate. I find those saltines are kind of worthless. What are they gonna? It's a -1 hunger. Or you eat it and it burns away immediately. Why did you bother eating it? It took more time to eat the saltine than it is immediately consumed. Like, if you look at some of those things, think about it. -1 hunger. What is -1 hunger really? That's like less than like a second in game, right? And you absolutely hated it. I like that parody because it's kind of deep, and I like it as a result. You know, it's a person looking back on their life and realizing that they used to, you know, be in a great position and then everything fell apart. And that was their life. It's kind of like them looking back. It's cool when things are like that. Yeah. Those folks make really, really good quality videos. There we go. Assembled 4 more swords. It hurt your thigh? I was gashed by a bush recently and it ruined one of my pairs of pants. It was really obnoxious. I can't remember. Was it in this save? It might have been in this save, running back. The bushes are mean. Yeah, you probably should consider fixing your pants or maybe getting a new pair. Ooh, we don't have any twine left, do we? Go have a nap. Do zombie clothes often have more holes in them? Yes, most of the time they do. However, you can once in a while find a group of zombies that show up and they have like a mitt full of like fresh clothes. Sometimes it's survivor zombies, sometimes it's I find farmer zombies often have the nice clothes. So you'll see a nice pair of overalls or a nice pair of jeans, a nice lumberjack shirt. It's really easy to spot because they look like clean. Like their whole outfit from head to toe is pristine. If you see a zombie like that, just push them over and stomp them. Because you don't want to damage the clothes. But yeah, they're you can see some of the clothes on the road here that have no holes in them. Right here, this is a good example. See this? Absolutely pristine. Even the shoes have no holes in them. So if you see like a pristine looking like zombie, also grab their shoes, because it's always good to have a couple of spare pairs of shoes around, because you never know when your shoes are gonna get broken. See? Also, I should mention this before, currently, so right now, in build 42 and in build 41, the run speed modifier on shoes does not work. So that may change in the future, but for right now, the run speed modifier doesn't matter. So don't, if you're using sneakers because they give you bonus run speed, that's, it's a green bar, so but no, it doesn't give you bonus run speed. You wear boots so that you can have the 100% scratch defense as well as the better stomp. It's slightly better. Right now, stomps are kind of all very strong, and that's probably going to get changed at some point. But that said, for right now, the you want to be wearing the best boots. So that's rain boots, driving boots, riding boots, western boots, military shoes, any of those ones. They're all the ones that have the best defense, as well as the good shoes. A big hiking bag? My character's disorganized. So outside of the military bag, I'm not looking for an upgrade. And even if I really wanted a military bag, I could just go to Louisville and get one, or the military area in Dill Valley. One of those things. Something there. We'll wait. All right. Really, Higgins? Make up your mind if you're cold or you're hot. You're gonna be cold.
Hey!
Could head back. It's another small portion of the town. It's a group of 4. That's the thing with muscle strain as high as it is. I need to be careful with the current strain. I don't know if you are dangerous to me, but just in case. Sorry. I apologize, White Mouse, but I don't want to take any chances right now. Because my game crashed earlier, and I'm nervous that it's some of the vermin and or it's something around town. I don't want it to break again. No, 1 second. What's going on here? Oh, Emma's just sending me scores. Okay, interesting. What's up with this? I'd be scared to go up against Emma in Battlefield. Goodness. 69 and 13 and 40 and 4. Yeesh. That poor enemy team. It's always cool when you're getting called a hacker and you're not. You're not hacking. You're just really skilled. Oh, I gotta go drop us off this. That's it. Oh yeah, I've got upstairs now. So we've only got one katana left. It's the sole katana. We've used up all of our katanas. We're down to the final one. We've used grand total of 18 katanas. Of course, most of them were broken, so only 3 of the katanas were full. All the other ones were broken. But still, they were still katanas. They did drop katana handles. So. Another piston. Just put this in there. Do one full group. Unload. When it broke, it dropped broken glass. Yeah. I mean, it's a bottle, right? That makes sense. Oh, did you mean that it has like the little X on it? Like that it's extra broken glass? broken glass. Okay. Some things don't need a condition bar. And it's strange when they have one. Extra broken glass. This is double broken. It's in tinier pieces. Nah, if it was sand, it'd be useful. You could actually use it for other things. How's the grind? Oh, it's going pretty good, technically. Not very much that has been eventful today, except I did have one crash closer to the beginning of stream, and it did make me a bit nervous, because what had happened was it crashed every program, it froze every program on my computer except for VTube Studio. So it froze OBS, it froze Discord, it froze all of my internet windows, my music player, and well, obviously Zomboid froze because it was the program that was crashing. So all of my everything froze. But VTube Studio stayed intact for some reason. Windows crashed. Like Windows broke. and but VTube Studio was fine. I don't know why or how that's possible, but like, I mean, I guess crashed is a strong word. Froze. They all froze. I don't have VTube Studio set up with a higher. It's just on its standard default mode. It's not on a higher setting than anything else. So the reason that it's frozen, it didn't freeze, was because maybe the computer doesn't consider it a program that's using a whole lot, which doesn't make sense because it's using my webcam. It's weird. I don't know. But yeah, it was scary. I think it was one of the vermin in the area caused the problem. I think. I don't know for sure, but any vermin that I'm seeing, I'm killing on site at the moment, currently. So, because I did see a raccoon, but I haven't checked the crash report, so I don't know for sure. But outside of that single crash, it's been smooth sailing. Like, I've been, gradually getting up my long blade. We're already long blade 4. We're gradually going to be able to push long blade all the way to 10. And I have, eventually my plan right now is before we finish Moldron, before we finish long blade to 10, we'll probably dedicate 1 or 2 days, to just knocking out skills. So like, I'll finish napping, I'll finish masonry, I'll finish carpentry, like, and just like knock out each skill over the course of, a few streams. And then maybe we'll start up the vehicle when I'm approaching West Point. I'll do these 2 skills. Strength will be 10. We'll basically, I'm gonna nick the gold medal in in mastery, because it's the only one that I have access to at the moment. Because getting a higher kill score ain't gonna happen. At least not unless I were to hyper focus on killing with just long blades, or short blades, or long blunts. I could do either, but and I could be pushing like 1,000+ kills a day. It's just I've done it before, so it's like it's fine. I can kind of just keep going and keep vibing. Meanwhile, getting the other skills up is more appealing to me. I want to see if we have the books, though. So that's one of the things right now that I'm working on, is we're trying to clear the rest of Moldraw. Most of Moldraw's, like, doing okay now. We've been making some good progress. But how goes your run? Is your run going strong? Last I seen, you were killing it. You had a lovely little corpse river going. But you're playing at it again. Yeah, it's good to take breaks. Pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So long as you're enjoying it. That's the important thing. You're up to 13 katanas. I've gotten 3 katanas that are full. But I've broken all of the katanas except for 1 that I have left. So I think it was 18 or something like that, total katanas that we've had. But only 3 are intact. So are all your katanas intact? Because I've been not getting lucky. How many kills do they last for? It depends on how high your long blade is. Because the maintenance bonus and all of that. But if you've got high level long blade, they last for quite a few kills. Like, about the same as the baseball bat, kind of. It's about the same. If you've ever made a spiked bat, it's similar. That's why you can consider the baseball bat, the spiked baseball bat can be referred to as the batana. Because it's, once you're level 10 long blade, or long blunt, it's basically the same. They're all 75% or so? Okay, well, yeah, then they'll last a while. The sharpness bonus, the katana is just there's something satisfying about swinging a katana. It's just, there's a satisfying element to it. Similar to your baseball bats, right? There's just that clunk sound has just, it's the same kind of feel. Like that clunk connect is similar to when you hear that tack noise from a fire axe hitting a zombie, or the clang noise of a crowbar hitting a zombie. Like all of those things, it's really, Zomboid's sound design is one of my favorite parts of those things, is just how well that stuff is designed. Even like just something as simple as the walking, right? You can hear every footstep if you really closely listen. And it fits. It fits really well. You're gonna wait for a book or two? Yeah, definitely. That's a smart play. Because Longblade books do exist, you should actually level everything else first. Now, so then why am I choosing to level Longblade now? Because I wanted to level, like, I was going to do straight up to up, down. So I was going to do Spear next, because maintenance used to be at the bottom, and I finished Short Blade, right? So actually I wouldn't have even done Long Blunt. I would have done Spear instead. But because Spear was, like, they moved it to alphabetical, now I'm going from maintenance, I'm now going up. So Long Blade before I finish. It's, I don't know why I'm doing it. It's just, it's preference. You can't imagine taking deaf. Hey, by the way, Chili, it's almost as if you were summoned. Deaf runs are a peaceful life. They are when you stay deaf and car horns don't happen. Could you imagine being somebody who doesn't have hearing and then suddenly hearing? It would probably startle you. It would be scary. You'd be like, what on earth? And then remember, there's nobody around. Right? So your character would be like very confused. And come to think of it, the Zomboid character actually is probably one of the more, like, troubled individuals. Not only are they the last person on Earth, but like they don't talk to anyone ever. There's no internal monologue. They only ever say over here, there, or no, what is it? Over here. Hey. Yeah, it's just like you talk to the cows. This is a katana? No, no. This is a garbage sword. You want to see a katana? I'll show you a katana. It's my last one, though. So I'm gonna get some rest first, and then we'll show off a katana at level 4 long blade, which is not, it's not the best long blade. If you're gonna want to use katanas at their peak, you so this is a katana. No, it's not a waste. It's a demonstration. I wouldn't consider that a waste. It's educational. So there's quite the difference between the katana and the other sword I was just using. Now the attack speed at higher levels is much better. So right now we're only level 4, right? So we still got quite a ways before we become able to wield the katana with any amount of efficiency. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way. Indeed, it is katana time. Well, I've only got one left, so it's okay. We'll get more. Hopefully you had a good stream. There we go. I'm having a good day. Ah, it says you were playing Mega Bonk. I was playing that yesterday. Or in Barony. I've not played Barony. I've heard of it. That one's like a colony kind of thing, isn't it? Kind of a real-time strategy, I think. Maybe I'm thinking wrong though. I might be thinking of a different Kingdom game. Yeah, hopefully you had a good stream. I'm having a good stream. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I'm making progress. Mega Bunk was fun? Yeah, it is fun. I did about... I want to say I did about 20% of the game in my first stream of it, and it was okay. I still prefer games like Binding of Isaac or those kinds of roguelikes over it, but I can appreciate its aesthetic, and I do like its style, and I like that it sort of sticks to its style throughout. Yeah, it's a good game. I'll probably play it again. I do really like it's kind of like Muck or Risk of Rain, Vampire Survivors, like those kinds of games, right? The kind where you can play a bunch of runs and see some really cool runs go. And cool combinations. Oh, that reminds me. Techly would like to probably see this. Do I have one on me? I should, right? No, I didn't bring one. Darn. But you can make your own swords as well, right? At level 9 blacksmithing, you make like swords that are essentially equivalent to this katana, more or less. I wish I had a regular sword on me to show it, though. It's very similar to Long Blunt, though. On Pacific Drive. Yeah, Pacific Drive, I've seen a lot of gameplay with a few other folks. When the katana breaks, yeah, the pieces you can melt down for metal, and the handle you can keep as a memento. Also, you can keep the blade pieces as mementos too if you want, but yes, the blade pieces do melt down. But I've been keeping the handles. Because it's kind of cool to remember and see how many you can collect. Because no matter what, no matter how long you play Zomboid, it doesn't... there is no... Katanas retain their specialness. Although now, compared to when I first used to see them, when I see a katana now, it's same as when I see a hunting knife. It's, ooh, you know, I want that. It's the same level of energy, right? It doesn't lose any of its magic over the many hours of gameplay. It's still special because you don't see that many of them. You do see enough that eventually it'll get more common. I don't know if Chili actually has seen the most at once, but I know there's a handful of folks that have seen quite a few. My record is 6 in one stream. 11 in that session, back to back kind of, but 2 on the screen at the same time, 6 in a single stream. It was a CDDA wall run where I was trying to wrap a wall around West Point. Essentially, in that playthrough, I was trying to fight the game's meta, the sadistic AI director. Because in CDDA, you have respawn. However, if you place walls around cell, like a cell, the AI director can't access the cell, so it can't respawn things. So my goal was to wrap a wall all the way around West Point so that the AI director couldn't respawn in West Point at all, meaning that I could essentially make a clear zone. The way that the AI director works is very interestingly, actually. It's kind of, to super duper simplify it, it's kind of like a zombie that's walking from the edge of the map inward. So if you were to place a wall all the way around the outside edge of the map, you could actually cut off respawns. Of course, you would need to make sure that wall stays intact, but in theory, you could technically play a game that has respawns on, but that you've essentially cut off respawns so that there is no respawning. It would take a ridiculous amount of time, though. The amount of time that you would have to put into that is ludicrous. Because even just wrapping the wall around West Point took like 50 streams. I think it took more. And West Point's the biggest one. I know that a lot of folks would think that it's Louisville, but it's not. Louisville is about 10 cells worth of wall, which is, it's not that much. By 10 cells, I mean 10 cells in length. So, and then there's a couple of patches in the walls that you need to, like, in the fences, because there's a couple of holes. But if you patch those holes, there's a military fence line that goes all the way across Louisville. So Louisville ends up not being as big as West Point's wall would be. If you're trying to make sure that the zombies don't interfere with your wall, that is. Which even where I was, there was still a few zombies interfering with the wall. But generally speaking, you would be able to get it built. And then the fun fact is once it's built, you can walk away from it. And once you walk away from the wall, so long as it's not in render distance, zombies can never attack it. Because the zombies only get their animations when you're close by them. When they're inside the player area. Sorry. Yeah, it's fun to play other things sometimes. It's one of the reasons why I've been kind of like... I don't know if they can, but I'm under the suspicion that the vermin are going to pose problems, so to prevent that, if I see the rodents and or the raccoons, I get rid of them. Outside of one. There's one rodent that gets to stay alive, and that's Mouse Most, and I put Mouse Most in with the bunnies. So Mouse Most gets to live. But that's the only one. But yeah, that one's in an animal zone, so I expect it's probably treated differently than the wild vermin that are running around, if I had to guess. Animals are interesting, but they come with their own slew of problems, right? One of the bigger problems with the raccoons was when they were adding in the raccoon's ability to climb over fences, which was hilarious, by the way. That animation was funny, because I came back to my house to find raccoons, like the raccoons had escaped, and they were all over the place. One of them was climbing up the garbage can. Like, it's such a funny animation. I'm sad that it crashes the game. It's due to when you leave the area, and the animal's not loaded, something goes wrong, and I don't know what it is exactly, but it's something to do with that. At least that's what I'm to understand. It's when you leave an area that has an animal that's doing one of those climbing things, and that's why the animation got disabled. But I could be wrong as well. I don't know the deeper things behind it. I just know that they had to disable it because of that. But regular animals can crash the game as well, if you have too many of them. That's when we refer to that as insert animal name here, apocalypse. So chicken apocalypse, pig apocalypse. I've not seen cow apocalypse, but I've seen chicken apocalypse has been the worst one. It's like the chickens exploded and there's like 1,000 of them suddenly. Rest in peace, Katana. I only have a handful of these scrap swords left, and I'm just trying to use them up. And then we're on to make the swords that I custom made. The good swords. You had item apocalypse from dropping too much stuff. It's good to put items into boxes and bags and also consolidate. So things like ripped sheets, consolidate them. Why do you need 1,000 ripped sheets on the ground? You don't. Consolidate them. They can go into bundles, 12 sheets per bundle, and then, you know, put the bundles in a box or in a bag. And also, do you really need 8,000 ripped sheets? No. Use half of those sheets and then go get more. You don't need 8,000 of them. Interesting. Shut there. Yeah, Raccoon Apocalypse is one I've seen as well. Oh, you were collecting IDs and laying them out on the floor? Because they were like a Pokemon card collection is what it looks like, right? I agree, though, that the game needs more consolidations of items. So, for example, what you should be able to do is you should be able to consolidate those IDs into a box of IDs. You should be able to consolidate things like charcoal into a bag of charcoal, stuff like that. I think it could really use more consolidation items. And what they could do is, you know how Thread has units, like units of usage? They could apply the units of usage to the bundled items. So, for example, if you put a bundle of cloths, like a bundle of rags, into the thread, like making thread, it would count as 12 rags, 12 uses, right? And then you could also consolidate them in the same way by having a handful of rags on your person. Although, once again, I don't know if that's maybe more complicated than I'm making it out to be, given how Consolidate All took quite a while to fix. And it was broken for quite a few patches. I don't know. But... I don't want to put Zomboid on a similar standard to too many but Factorio can run on and has millions of items, right? You can have millions of items in Factorio, right? Different system, I suppose, but it shows optimization, right? So I'm not trying to compare the two too heavily, but it's one of those sorts of things where they'll figure out how to do it the way that they need to, I'm sure. And I know it's like really a lot more complicated to do than I'm thinking it is. But to be able to make it work and then everybody can be able to run it, kind of thing. Is Korea running on Java? I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. Maybe? Not sure. I don't know what Factorio runs on. My point is that it's optimized and that there can always be optimizations, right? Made. Regardless of if it's on the same engine or not. I'm not gonna remember where that... There's some leak issues with Zomboid. You can know it. You notice them very heavily after. Oh darn ads. Sorry, but yeah, you notice them heavily after long sessions. My point as well, though, is that there are millions of items in Factorio. Zomboid struggles to have a few thousand items in a single location. You put 1,000 sheets on one spot, and then it's because it's looking to use each of those individual sheets in the crafting UI, and the crafting UI doesn't have a limiter, so it just it overwhelms itself, and you'll notice it's significant frame drop when you walk past. Like, for example, if I were to walk into my leather making area where I have a bunch of those boxes that are full of stuff, if I walk past that area, my game, even though my crafting UI isn't open or anything, the game, it's still loading all the recipes. It's still getting them all ready as if I'm going to craft right then, which it's true that's useful to some degree, but there should be limiters in place. Especially if the crafting UI isn't open, right? Because walking past that area, you know, that frame loss can cause a slight loss of control of character. And, well, I mean, in a dire situation... Well, first off, why am I in a dire situation next to a box that has thousands of items in it? Well, let's say zombies invade my base, right? And they break open all my boxes and dump everything onto the floor. What happens then? Right? You could always make the argument that why are there zombies in your base? You should have some sort of defense. And the best defense that we have would be me placing watch bags at key locations around my loaded area, so that no matter where, if there are extra zombies, that they would get caught on the watch bags. But that said, it's a lot of extra effort to go through to just prevent. And that's separate. It's like it's a separate sort of mentality. I don't know. Oh, I didn't rest the arm. And now we're tired. And there's 5 zombies. And that's why I don't do fence combat. I don't trust it. I'm super rusty as well, because I haven't been doing fence combat for almost, well, 3+ years in game. Clearly need to go back and play sprinters again for a bit. There's no reason to fight like that though anyways. Fence combat is well, the most XP, like it gives you the most XP because the zombies are down and they actually down themselves technically. So they, you know, most XP, risk versus reward. You don't have to rush. There's no reason to. We're entering the usage of our actual swords soon. The real swords, the ones that I made. Well, that's it for katanas. I don't have any more. Male buildings spawn male Zeds? I mean, kind of. In all honesty, though, clearing an entire town, you are more likely to find books in some of the residential. As well as, well, there's a couple of the book locations. They're not going to be as good. Because the book pool has been watered down significantly by adding in all of the different new books. But not quite like Build 41. Sometimes when they've been ransacked, though, as well, they'll have books on the floor. Sometimes even more than they would have because of our loot settings. One of the better locations, though, if you're wanting to pull zombies towards a location, and you want books, I would do a survivor house. Because if you do a survivor house, there is a chance that you might get some survivor zombies, and survivor zombies have the best loot. Survivor zombies, police officer zombies, park ranger zombies, and trailer park zombies. Those are all the zombies that have the best loot. Trailer park zombies have a chance to spawn with Hotties magazines, I think some other mags as well, but I don't know. I know for sure they spawn with Hotties, though, and which means that they probably will also sometimes spawn with Hunk Z, maybe. They also can spawn food, so like jerkies and chips. The police officers and park rangers. Park rangers outfit is one of the more insulating outfits that's commonly found in the game. While the padded pants and the like the padded jacket and all of those things, that they're really good if you can get them. Park rangers outfits everywhere, and like I said, it's got some of the best insulation. When I did my cryo winter playthrough, it was, what is it, minus 177 degrees Celsius in the game. And I was wearing park ranger gear, and it kept me warm enough. Of course not. It wasn't the best. Like, I couldn't leave the interiors of buildings, but that's the coldest it got. Was like, it, at that point you suspend reality. You can't, because if it was that cold, the zombies themselves would be frozen solid. The air would start to freeze. Like, it's just not. It's not a viable temperature, right? Or maybe the air wouldn't freeze, but like it would be. It's an absurd level of cold. That's like insta-frozen the second you step outside. Rat Race doesn't even get close to that. Like, I think the coldest I've seen it ever get in Rat Race is what, minus 40? Minus 50? Not sure. Just remember it not being that bad. Yeah, you'd breathe in and your lungs would be frozen. Even like half that, like you breathe in and it hurts, it stings. Like minus 70, minus 60 range. Maybe not, like, so minus 60 Celsius is really, really cold. But I've waited for the bus before in -50. And it's cold, but you manage. You bundle up real nice and warm, best you can. And you don't spend a whole lot of time in it. You know, you go from, maybe you're standing outside for maybe a short time, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, waiting for the bus. But it's one of those waits that feels longer than it is, right? Because time is a perspective thing. Sometimes 5 minutes can feel like instant. Other times, 5 minutes could feel like an eternity. A good example would be when we were playing Necess just recently with Rhett, right? The respawn timer was 20 seconds. But even going 20 seconds in those fights, holding it for 20 seconds, dodging the attacks, and so it felt like a long time. Waiting patiently for one of us to come back, right? You need like 60k watches for maxing electrical? Depends. If you've got fast learner, slow learner, the books. But yeah, it's not so bad if you have the books and fast learner. It's like, plus you got to remember that you also gain electrical XP from your generator for free. By repairing a generator, you get it's a sizable chunk of XP over the course of a survival period. Imagine you're gonna repair your generator like once a month or so, and it's gonna give you like between every time you hit the repair on it, like it's one of the reasons why the old gen is actually one of the better generators in the game, is because the old generator takes more durability damage, so you have to repair it more frequently. Also, it's louder, so it's one of the best lures. Your second winter was -25. I'm just going like I don't remember how cold the winter got. I just remember it wasn't that cold because I play Cryo Winter. It doesn't matter when you've played Cryo Winter. It is on the hard settings. It's not, nothing's cold anymore. Same for if you play the opposite, that the Pyro Summer or whatever. You just don't look at heat the same way anymore. You get those fleeting moments though where it's like, eh. Yeah. Some human beings are really cool like that though. Like the folks that can like submerge themselves in the ice and just like chill. This funny wording. They just chilling in the ice. Yeah, I don't remember the exact number for how much you need for watches. I did the math one point in time in Build 41, exactly how much you needed for all of the different, like, and the worst case scenario is ridiculous, by the way. If you choose to not grab a book and you choose to grind electrical with slow learner with no bonus at all, it's one of the most miserable collections of watches you'll ever do. It was like you'd need like 1,000,000 watches or something like that. It's like 500k watches. It's absurd. You realize just how good the books are when, well, I mean, think about it. It's time is 16 experience gain, right? That for the level 5 book. That's a lot. Same for the levels 4 book, which is, sorry, I say level 4. I mean the volume 4, which is 6 and 7, right? Or 7 and 8, I mean. A fun fact about the volume 4 book versus the volume 5 book. If you read the volume 4 book and the volume 5 book, the level of experience you need for 7 to 8 is actually less than you need from 8 to 9. 8 to 9 has less experience requirement than 7 to 8 because this is a 12 times multiplier and this is a 12 times 16 multiplier. So because of that, even though this one requires 7,500 XP, it ends up being less total actions than its predecessor. It's just interesting. I don't remember where I killed that one. Oh. Sorry. I just... I don't remember where I killed that one that had the with the katana. Guess it doesn't matter. I just would like the katana pieces, because smelting them back down is nice. It doesn't matter though, long run. Two... Oh, is it this one? That looks like katana pieces. Yes, it is. Tree frogs are loud. Frogs in general are often very loud. Combo that with some of their other defensive mechanisms, like poison, camouflage, and a bunch of things. There's a reason why frogs stick around in the ecosystem.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. We appreciate it. Get some rest. How many? 4? Awkward moment when my knife breaks. I didn't bring another one with me, did I? Nope. Well, it's a good thing we have backup screwdriver. Screwdrivers are one of the best backup weapons in the game. Because they're functionally something that you will always have on you. But also... There we go. For a short blade, they have really high crit and very, like a large durability pool. Which are two things for a weapon that is always really useful. Hi, frog. Did you say hi to me first, or did I say hi to you first? I don't know. I think you said hi to me first. I don't know. That was a good question. How goes? And it weighs 0.4. It's because it wants me to butcher the mouse, though. I don't want to do that right now because this is a hostile area. It is okay butchering XP, though. To butcher animals in general. Can I make it to that spot where the katana is? Yes, I can.
Hey!
No, I can't catch it. That raccoon is way too fast for me. Remember Gladiator Challenge? I do very much like it. With achievement style mechanics? That seems good. You should let me know when it's made so that I can give it a go. I would like that. I like gladiator mode. You redid that for build 42, didn't you? I've been thinking about sprinters a little bit more, but especially given, like, if you were here a little bit earlier, you would have seen me really drop the ball with fence combat. I didn't get hurt, but like, I mean, it's one of those moments where I was like, eh. My fence combat definitely needs to be shored back up. It is terrible at the moment. Plus, I haven't played sprinters in forever, so I'm definitely thinking about it without completely redoing it. Ah, that's unfortunate. I figure you're probably waiting for it to be a bit more stable before you do something similar, right? Because it would be cool to play a game mode like that. Alright, keep me posted on it. I definitely am interested. I have interest, for sure. Yeah. Come on, Higgins. Yeah, I'm looking forward to quite a few things as stable gets closer and closer. I'm looking forward to some of the flow changes being settled. And then I'm looking forward to maybe Rat Race doing a 2.0 and SKC 2.0. And I've got a couple of ideas for new playthroughs that I'm going to do. Mod playthroughs, yeah, with like modded cities and towns and stuff too, right? Like watching Scribbly's motorcycle playthrough was fun, and there's a lot of those kinds of really fun styles of play that are right now not available because the mod scene is not quite ready yet, and a lot of modders are a little bit nervous about the whole instability. That said, though, there are a lot of people still making mods. It's just a lot of people are waiting, understandably. Yeah, it's easier to break things. And there's also like all of those fix mods are great. I like them, but when the devs fix them, you know, then the mod becomes less needed, right? So it's like it's good that the fix mods exist, but at the same time it's I am looking forward to things being in their stable state, so we know kind of, oh, okay, this is fixed, this is not fixed, kind of thing. And then we can kind of make our moves from there. Like setting up playthroughs and making things more custom. I'm really excited. We're about to be moving it. Like, I've got 1.5 swords to break, and then we move into our actual swords. Yeah, the fix mods do alert folks about things. Yeah, 100%. Definitely agree. You could do a training academy for both, Frog. Like how to survive your first month, etc. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day, Timmy. I'm having a good day. My day's been good. Progressing, doing some long blade training, as well as we've been chit-chatting about different things. The topics have been wide and today. Very much, yeah. You're just doing the code part, so you've got someone else that, or well, some other folks that are probably helping with the stuff. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Making some progress. Let's go to sleep early. Yeah. Also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I know you often stream late and then need a rest. Hopefully your streams have been going well. Yeah, that would be cool. You could totally do something like that. Those two are the master brains. You should definitely consider doing a training though for like even for non-sprinters, just standard, and also maybe you could tell folks the difference a little bit on some, like, because there's some combat stuff that will work on sprinters that doesn't work on shamblers, and vice versa. There is a difference between the two, and that if you were to try to take the same mentality of like even sprinter mentality, it's not just that they're slower. It's like they're completely different. It's not just a matter of pacing. Sprinters change a lot about the game. That's not just their speed. But you know that you're in with the code, doing the code things. Go. It's good to hear that Animal's still doing fairly well. He's taken took a long break from Zomboid related stuff for a while. Like he was playing offline, I think. I think we all play offline, but is Ruins helping at all, or is Ruins not part doing this time? Yeah. Everybody has their kind of their thing that's in reality that they're focused on. Can only hope the best for everyone. Same for my stuff. Although I am quite vocal about some of it, like the paperwork and stuff. Fingers crossed that that still goes well. I check it daily, every day, every single day. Check it, make sure there's ever any response. It's nothing yet though. It's been the same for since it was put in January. Absolute worst case scenario, it'll be like another few months. I will be excited the second we get the ability to do the interview though. Mm. It is exciting, but at the same time, it's one of those excitements that's like, it wears you out a little bit. And I've been waiting for months, right? Months and months and months. And I'm patient, but at the same time, it's still a long time. And it's dumb that it's a long time. Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully you're doing very good too. And if you're not doing good, I hope that whatever it is gets better. Or more manageable. You're frustrated with PZ? You always repeat your playthroughs? That sounds fun though. You wanted to try something new? There's a lot of different styles of challenges you can try. Loads and loads. From old school challenges like One Painful Year to like can we say that Rat Race is newer? I mean, it's a Build 42 challenge. So I mean, it's kind of newer, but I mean it's months old at this point. And there'll be new challenges to come in the future, I'm sure. As well as it always does depend on what version of Zomboid you're playing. Let's see. Yeah, it was your time to strike a little bit earlier while I was sneezing. You missed your opportunity. You were banging on the fence. Depressed veteran with PTSD? That's fair. Everybody has their own sort of style that they play. My very first really, like, well, my first sort of, what is it? Oh, come on. Successful character was a burger flipper. And then I've played a lot of things since then. Carpenters, lumberjacks, engineers, electricians. Why didn't it play the level up noise? How dare you not play the level up noise? I deserve the dopamine. Is it because I paused it? Or is it because strength and fitness no longer play a level up sound because the devs edited it because they kept playing the level up sound over and over again every time they re-hit it? That's not fair. I got robbed my dopamine. Sad. Robbed. I got robbed my dopamine. How could they? Yeah. Depressing. Thinking about building? Do brick walls hold up against zombies? No. Building a brick wall or building a wooden wall, they're the same. One zombie can knock it down. So then why build them? Aesthetics. Is there a mod? Like, you can just turn off damage to structures. It's a setting in the vanilla game. You don't need to mod it. A lot of people mod things without checking the settings of the game themselves. There's a lot of mods on the workshop that are just settings you could have changed. You didn't need to go and get a mod for it. Higgins, put on pants. It's gonna be like a tutorial. It's gonna be rather tailored sandbox settings and a bunch of goals to achieve. Yeah. So you're going to be it's an academy. It's not just a tutorial. By the end of it, people will be skilled at what they do. It's like it's like doing a Zomboid Academy too. You could do the same thing for standard gameplay as well. It's kind of like an advanced tutorial. Morning. But it's only been a few hours. You go back to bed. That's it. No, you go back to bed now. You've only slept for a little bit. You should go sleep more. Yeah, I know you didn't sleep long. That's why I'm sending you back to bed. Okay, good night. Just kidding, though. You could be up again if you want. Do I play multiplayer? I have played multiplayer. Currently, I can't because Build 42 it doesn't have multiplayer. And I'm not putting my game back to 41. But yes, in the past, I have played some multiplayer. Multiplayer, though, I often play a short-lived character because multiplayer has jank. No matter what. Like, even if I were to take it really seriously, I'd have to really be careful of all the jank that exists. So, often I just... It's just easier to not. What kind of jank? Zombies teleporting and desync, and there's a bunch of stuff that exists in multiplayer. You can just be killed sometimes. Usually by things like teleporting vehicles and yeah, it's just multiplayer is its own thing. You can survive quite a long time in multiplayer. It's just a lot of people use the skill journal mod when playing multiplayer because it's just easier to have problems. It's not as hard to switch back to 41 because you could just copy your entire Zomboid folder in both locations and just switch them back and forth. But I'm not going to do that. For those that don't know, Zomboid is located in 2 places on your computer. It's located in the Steam Apps folder, and it's also located in your My Documents. Your My Documents folder is your player info, your map, and all of that sort of stuff. Your Steam app is the game. So, like, it's the actual game files are within the Steam app. So. You can't wait for NPCs? Not gonna be for a while. Build 43. Build 42 hasn't even reached stable yet, so you're gonna be waiting a while. And honestly, and this is a question because you're another one of those people that comes in and is rapidly waiting for NPCs. Would you hope for NPCs or would you hope for pets first? Just because I like to. I've so far I've seen only one person who said that they want NPCs instead of, or like when given the option, do you want a dog or a cat? Like you could have a pet, right? Or an NPC. Which would you choose? I'm just curious. You can pick either one. I'm curious what you're gonna pick. A bow. I too want a bow. I do agree. Yes. I had a bow in Z-Bay. Bows are fun. And they are on the list eventually. Plus it would give a use to the chicken feathers as well as if you could do like, there's leaves on the ground now. If you could harvest the leaves and do leaf fletching as well, that'd be kind of cool. Leaf fletching is not the best, but I mean... So fun fact about animals in PZ, they've already said that they're not going to, they're not gonna, like, zombies, at least Indie Stone isn't going to do the zombie animals. They may do zombie animals as mods, like modders might do it, but according to Indie Stone, canonically, the Nox virus does not transmit to animals. It is a human being only virus. Also, the Nox virus will kill anybody who is under the age of 27. So if you're above the age of 27, it will turn you into a zombie. But if you're under 27, you just die. So it just, yeah. So that's why there's no kids in Project Zomboid, is because there's it doesn't the virus doesn't it has like a age requirement. But yeah, they said that they weren't going to do zombie animals. They've also said that they aren't going to do there's a lot of stuff on the no list as well. But that, of course, that posting is super old. Like it's a posting from like way long time ago, so they might change their mind on some of that stuff. But you think there'd be legal implications? Why? There wouldn't be legal implications. It's a video game. Look at games like RimWorld or like, yeah, Skyrim. I mean, there's mods that exist in Skyrim, but like RimWorld's a good example of a game where there's babies and kids in that game, and they're treated similarly to the adults. Kind of. It does get kind of weird, though. Same for The Sims, right? Which The Sims is what is where Zomboid kind of is from. You haven't played RimWorld? One of the DLCs, I don't remember which one, I think it's Biotech, has kids as one of the like things you can. But at the end of the day, it's a video game. It's not, you know, it's not reality. Only the baby boomers would survive. That's an interesting perspective. A question would be then, would you still call the millennials in this universe? Because would they still be called millennials? Probably, right? Or would they be called something else? I wonder what the jargon of this universe is. Maybe they don't even call them baby boomers. Maybe they're called something else. Right?
You're amazing.
What if in this universe there's something different? It's just like, for example, the year currently in my video game right now is 1996. However, the game starts out in 1993, which is interesting, right? There's no zombies in this universe. I know that sounds weird because, well, I mean, but in Zomboid, they're not zombies, they're zomboids. There was never zombies in this universe. They have comic books that have like Z people, and they have a bunch of other stuff. But from what I understand, the Z people comic books are they're like business boring people. Like they're like the other definition of zombie, which is, you know, somebody who's trapped in their office sort of job. They just kind of mindlessly trudge through in that kind of way, right? Not copy infringing on copyright. See, that's the thing. Can you think of any other fictional media that goes to the degree that zombie does? Oh, they're not called zombies, they're called shamblers. They're not called shamblers, they're called walkers. They're not called walkers, they're called clickers. They're not called clickers, they're called two bipedal teethy bites. Like, I don't know. It's like honestly, why go so far? You don't hear the same thing about werewolves or vampires. Like, it's just not the same thing, right? You don't hear, they're, like, sure, you hear some folks call werewolves, like, it's a few other names, same as vampires. Like, it's like, but usually it's meant to be, like, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to be dynamic in the conversation. Zombies, literally, they change them. It's like, so silly. But yeah, no, in Zomboid, they are Zomboids. That is what they are. Lore-wise. Want to know some random historical facts? So long as they're not too crass. But sure. Yeah. Oh, I would be gone too. If Nox had hit when I was a wee one. And been very little and completely gone. Wiped away by Nox. I've heard this one. You can also include a samurai in that. Yeah. It's neat that all those different time periods all happened quite close enough that they could have. To be quite honest, though, and this is another idea of that, we don't think about it very much, but if we took the different generations that exist now, like the generations of old versus the generations of new, you'd have all the same kind of thing, right? It'd be the same as the cowboy, the pirate, the samurai all together, right? It'd just be a little bit weirder because it would be the what defines each generation currently? We've got the well, in the older times, it was like the disco, right? Disco, and eventually it become more. I don't know. It's strange. Yeah, there's quite a lot of us that remember when the internet was kind of like in its infancy, where it didn't really have as much as it does now, and it's like, in saying that, it's gotten quite a lot more dense, but also it's just interesting, right? There's a lot of fluff on there now, though. But it is cool that all of the different kind of styles of groups can kind of be together. And it's funny how that sort of shifts, right? Because at one point it was decades how folks were divvied up, right, in terms of decades. So they would be like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, right? But now it's not quite based on decades. It's changed, and now it's now they've got generations, which is it's a strange shift in the way that things are, right? It's less numeric and more there's loose, because you have some people that are associating themselves with other generations, like, oh, I'm a cusp of such generation, not I'm not part of this particular generation. And it's just like, okay, well, that's interesting. It's an interesting philosophy, right? I find it fascinating. And if somebody wants to be on the cusp of a generation, in my opinion, you know, go for it. Be what you want to be. Why should you be held back? Giver. You want to be a millennial? Go ahead. Strive and succeed. Do whatever you want. You want to be part of the golden generation, holding them old values true? You know, have fun. So long as you're not, you know, hurting anyone with like some of the old styles of mentality, or you're causing problems for anyone, you know, it's fine in my book. Give her. I'm a millennial. That's why I have a sort of bias towards that a little bit, but not I'm also under the understanding, though, that people are going to be as they want to be, you know, and you do as you will. It's not going to affect me one way or another if random person down the street is doing their own thing. Only time it starts to affect me is if they're being really loud or stuff like that, to which then that's a little different, right? Because then you're disturbing the peace. But sometimes that's a good thing. We get to start using the swords, the actual swords, very soon. I've broken every, like, garbage sword I've had up to this point, and then also my katanas, because they're not garbage. But, like, the scrap swords, those ones are less good. I'm gonna be keen. I made quite a few good ones. Okay, let's take out a meal. It's also Halloween in the game right now. Happy Halloween! Higgins went as a zombie slayer again. He's not very creative. Higgins is kind of just doing his, his favorite costume of no costume. Some folks are just like that, though. They don't like to participate in the holiday, but they can still appreciate the holiday, right? Because it makes other people happy. I like Halloween. I didn't celebrate it this year, though. But I did wish quite a lot of folks happy Halloween, because I do like Halloween. It's one of my favorite holidays. Not that there's too many holidays to choose from to be your favorite. I like Christmas a little bit, and I like Halloween. But I don't like the commercialization of Christmas. I like the colorfulness and the kindness. Folks are nice at Christmas time, and that's nice. I kind of wish that they were like that all year long. It should be how it is, but it's not for some reason. But, it is what it is. I'll take it. Sometimes you just gotta be happy with what you get. Investment in number of kills? Yes and no. There are three reasons why I'm using two-handed longswords instead of using machetes. Because I could use machetes, I could. But there are three reasons why I'm not. The first reason is because while machetes are good, they are a one-handed weapon. And as a result, they are going to wear out your one arm a little bit faster than your two arms get worn out, because the muscle strain formula on one arm is a 0.1 difference, but an increased value towards that. So that's the first part. Second part is that the machete is a little bit shorter range than the two-handed weapons. So there's a little bit shorter range. I don't trust combats in terms of range at the moment, especially because there's constantly issues with combat, push bugs and nonsense. I don't want to be that close to the enemy as best I can. So, the two-handers have a little bit more range. And then the third part is preference. I've been using a lot of long blunt weapons lately, because of so I'm used to it. And it just is easier to use for me specifically at this time. So while I do agree with you that the machete is probably superior in a couple of ways, there is reason for what I'm doing now. And also because swords look pretty cool. Let's face it. If machetes are neat, but swords are cool. That becomes part of it too. The coolness factor. +5 happiness. Some things are like, for example, I'm eating my food with a fork. That extra weight value is not a need, right? But I still, it's nice. Adds a little bit more morale. And sometimes doing things the most optimal way is not really that important. What's important is that you're having fun. So that can outweigh any optimization at all, any efficiency. Because while you could be efficient and you could min-max to the absolute nth degree, you could also, if by not doing that, you can free yourself a little bit of having to do that, and sometimes that freeing mentality will give you sort of more than that person who's min-maxing. Do you eat with a fork just for the sake of the animation? Yeah, it's a good animation, isn't it? I wish it gave a bonus to happiness. It does with Rick's mod. Rick has a mod that does that, which is a good mod. I like that mod. Unfortunately, I don't like to add very many mods to my playthroughs because mods lean towards the game not functioning as in a vanilla way. Even some mods that don't interact with, sometimes they pull a string that tugs on other things and causes problems. So it ends up being like, I mean, it's very risky, especially in the unstable build. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. I do think that the machete has value. But if you go back and watch my last death, short-range one-handers are one of my weaknesses, kind of. Short-range one-handers that are not short blades. Because short blades are my comfortable zone, but a lot of my deaths have either been to flank zombies or missing a swing on a weapon like the axe. Like a one-handed axe. And then also fence combat. But by minimizing my own risk is using two-handers is a good call. Because I don't need to go fast. I just need to live long. That's all. Because if I live, another 5 in-game years, we'll be a lot closer to the goal. Another thing that I could have done as well is instead of using the weapons that I have here, like the one-handed, you always die in the same way, you walk left to right and get bitten. That's not true. I remember that I have recently, thinking back to my deaths, let's think. It's not left to right because I died moving right to left. I've died going from top to bottom, going from bottom to top, getting flanked, reaction time, eating something that's poisonous, sleeping in corpses, and dying to corpse sickness. What else have I died to? Oh, fire. A lot. I've died a lot to fire. The CDDA fire at the beginning. It's awful. Sometimes that just kills you. But yeah, it's not always left to right. That'd be a gross oversimplification. But sometimes it's me going like this, leaving combat too late, and turning a little bit too. Most cases? Nah, I wouldn't even say most cases. Most cases, I don't die to getting grabbed by during combat. Most cases, I die to the flank zombie and my guard being down. Yeah, guard being down is sometimes the worst. Because you gotta remember that the deaths that I have saved most of the time are some of the better playthroughs. There's a lot of playthroughs that I don't even live for like 1,000 kills, and those ones don't get saved. Not that I'm basing everything on kills, but they don't make it very far is my point. Yeah, turn without aiming. Yeah, there's a really nasty bug that's involving turning right now. There's another one that involves secondary, like, bags. So inventories. But yeah. I'd say most of those deaths, though, are combat errors on my part. Whether I've let my defense down for even a fraction of a second, or I've, it's skill issue at the end of the day. So you could really boil it down. You can say it's skill issue. That's why a lot of the time I try to learn stuff from my deaths. But yeah, it's definitely not just from left to right. Yeah, that one's been reported, I'm pretty sure, because it's been I'm pretty sure Patsy was having some problems with it, and a couple other folks. I've seen it twice, but not in a situation that's been grave, thankfully. No dire situations. Yay, saltines. And a bottle of bleach. Uh, What's over here? Candy! Sunflower seeds. And corned beef. And that was an entire supermarket just now. Got a bottle of bleach. I'll leave it there though. This is no sense in bringing it with me.
Hey! Hey!
He's got another resting. And it's official. We have cleared the trailer park. The Moldraw trailer park is now clear. So now we just need to connect the two and do the gated community. Oh, hello. Come on out of there. We still need to do this section over here as well before we get to the gated community. We're close though. So it's like one more road. It's tempting to sleep in the Waits Motel, but I'm not doing that right now. Nope, nope, nope. No need. We're gonna head back home. Relax. We are actually... We're gonna see that it's gonna start to get just progressively easier now that we're using actual swords instead of the scrap swords we were using. The katanas though were a nice break, but obviously the katana is going to be a nice break. The katana, the machete, and the actual sword are they're the go-tos. I don't think I can catch you, but I'm gonna try. Nah. Oh, wait, actually? You tricky. There we go. Got you. Thank you very much for the, for the... Wait, I thought you were giving me back my hat. I was confused. No, you stole it away. It's okay. I had to kill. I'm sorry. I don't want to kill the animals. I really don't. But if they're gonna cause my game to crash, I don't want them to be around. It's more incentive for Indie Stone to actually fix the animals so they don't crash your game. Wow. I suppose not really. Because why would they care if I killed the animals in my game, right? But still, I genuinely don't want to. If I could keep them all, I would. Never saw the car again? Did it break? No. I drove it once, and it pulled half of Moldraw up. I didn't even drive it that far. Oh, it's too dark to read. Actually, no, it's not. I can pull out a flashlight for this. Here. You see this? This is the distance I drove, right? I drove from here to there, and half of Moldraw got pulled to this location. And it took me a couple of streams to clear it all the way back to the car, and then clean up enough that it started to be better. If I drive the car again, I will reflood this area again. As well as, more than likely, any zombies that are loose end up here, which is high probability that there will be some, given what happened over here earlier in my playthrough. There is a good chance that there are some Moldraw and Dixie zombies in these woods. So they would come down. And in theory, they could kind of get in the way of my rabbit farm, as well as they could get in the way of my actual base, like the one that I'm staying at, right? If they show up in my yard and destroy my crafting area, I have to recraft all that stuff. And I would rather not. I haven't actually built a wall around my area yet, but I really should. I should. Definitely am being lazy with that. I should build a wall. Sorry for noob question. Don't be ever sorry for noob questions. Feel free to ask. You're seeking knowledge and I want to help. So always ask your questions. Even if you feel like they're new or it doesn't matter. So, But what is the Great Spiffo Rat Race? The Great Spiffo Rat Race is a challenge mode where we are going for 3 objectives in a very difficult times 16 game. So times 16 is the highest population setting that you can set the game to. We've got lots of all the settings are tweaked to be really difficult, as well as we have goals. The goals are to kill 1 million zombies, create a perfect character, and secure 13 points of interest around the map. So that is what the Great Spiffo Rat Race is. There's a leaderboard. Like my mod show thing is there. I'm not using very many mods. Like you can actually see them behind my head here. I'll move out the. Or actually, I don't even need to move, do I? There's so few of them. But so you can pause or clip that if you want to see it. But I don't think the settings is linked at the moment right now because we recently, by recently I mean, oh dang it, Higgins, really, dude. He hurt himself. Of course he did. Does that mean there's a hole in this pants now? Probably. Let's see. Yeah, 1 hole. I gotta remake the pants. Yeah, it happens. You didn't know cars were that noisy? In this playthrough, the vehicle engine loudness is set to really, really high, as well as the follow sound distance on the zombies is set to like 1,000 or something like that, which means that zombies will walk across entire cells to get to you. On top of that, they're set to pinpoint hearing. They have long memories as well, meaning that if there are zombies in the area, they will find you. They will chase you down, they will wear you out, and then you have to make a stand or run away to an area where there is no zombies until you're strong enough to clear an area that out. At this point, we are 56,000 zombies into Moldra. So we're, Moldra's like half done. On average for Moldra, there's between 80 and 100k-ish in the area. If you include McCoy Estates, the Crossroads, Dixie, and all the surrounding area. It's, there is quite a lot. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix his pants now. But until then... I wonder if you can't tear these ones up. Do you need scissors for it? I guess you can't. That's fine though. Get rid of them. Rest in peace, pants. Yeah, there's actually there's quite a few folks that are nearly halfway through the rat race at this time. Chivas is almost actually done with the first objective. He's at 700. He's in like the 6 to 700k range at this point for the kills. And then from there, it's just a matter of progression. You just gotta... He'd essentially be able to just burn out the remainder of the zombies. If he wanted to. But that said, though, even if you burned away the rest of the zombies, it would still take several streams to complete this to perfection, right? So doing this to perfection takes a while. And then also securing the 13 points of interest around the map includes 13 churches that are all kind of centralized in each of the towns, as well as Hogwallow Military which is you have to clear it from top to bottom and then secure it. So that one is tough. This is probably arguably one of the hardest parts of the rat race right here, in my opinion. But you could do this last, you could do this first, you could, you know, whatever you prefer, right? But in my opinion, this is probably one of the hardest things to do, bar leveling your character to perfection. Because making a perfect character is a lot of effort. I do believe that Chivas could do it. And there's quite a lot of offline runs that are really cool as well. Twist Run is a good example of a run that is really far along in its challenge, right? I like Twist Run. My last couple sips of cider are happening soon. Shot of cider. There we go. The shot of cider makes it so I can sleep through the pain. It also cures depression. So if we're ever forced to eat, great. If I ever make it to Hogwallow, which is I hope I do, but if we do make it to Hogwallow, it's one of the times in the game where I'm gonna fully armor up, like all the way. And it's gonna be what March Ridge would have been. Because that one for sure has got zombies, like top to bottom. Unless it's pest evented. If it's got a vermin event, then it won't have that. But oh yeah, and driving a car out there is gonna be tough. Because for some reason, some folks thought that you wouldn't have to turn it into an outpost. No, you definitely have to turn it into an outpost. It's one of the outposts on the list. It needs its car, it needs its generator, it needs its plumbed sink. Come on. It's gonna be foggy today anyways. Oh, I gotta go grab the leather, and we're gonna take an in-game day to heal. Plus, I need to gain a little weight anyways. But yeah, the thing is, though, you'll be able to burn out a lot of the zombies if you've already killed the million, right? So that's one of the benefits of having finished that portion of it. So you can kind of just ignore a lot of the kill goal at that point, because you've already killed your fill. Like, you don't have to worry about it. And nobody would blame anybody who's killed a million zombies to burn the rest of them. I wouldn't put it past. Although, you know, you could go for even higher scores, but I mean, you kind of, there's no winning in Project Zomboid, but I mean that's joining the Millie Club or starting the Millie Club is fairly winning in my book. I'd say it's solid. Having Higgins not be wearing his pants is strange to me. So I need to go in. I wonder if we can make some better pants than the ones that I made previously. That's unfortunate that I can't, because it requires medium leather, which is kind of hard to come by. Hmm? No. Thank you. Yeah, the guns can shoot the deer and then they bleed. You can also bonk them on the head with a melee weapon and they die instantly. Hunting right now needs more. It needs to feel like hunting. It doesn't feel like hunting right now. It feels memey. Yeah. I'm looking forward to when we can do it with bows. I'd also love it if they would add spear, like the ability to throw spears. I wouldn't even care if it did 1 durability damage every time to the spear, right? Even if it did 1 durability damage to the spear every single time, the ability to throw spears would be cool. And then you could also argue like throw knives. I'd love to just throw things. Throwing things would be fun. Think of that scene in Shaun of the Dead where they grab the records out and they're like flipping through the records. It's like, no, don't throw that one. Don't throw that one. That one was good. What are you throwing that one? That one was an original. I'd love to throw records or something at the zombies. I don't even care if it does damage. Just the ability to throw stuff at the zombies would be funny. Like they've already got the jovialness in the rag dolls. Let me bonk the zombies with objects from a distance, and then if while we're at it, snowballs. Let me, like during winter, if you survive to winter, you should be able to make a snowball and throw it at a zombie, right? Yeah, I don't care if it takes away half the stamina of a character, although that's a little harsh. I think that it could be balanced in a way that it's a little bit better. So it's like maybe I could see 25%. I'd be willing to give up. But, you know, because you got to be able to have stamina left over to do the process, right? It's not like it takes all of your stamina to throw a spear. Yeah, plus they're heavy, right? So imagine bringing a bag of spears. But there are slings for that kind of stuff, so maybe it could be it could take up the bandolier slot. Same for a quiver for a bow. It could take up the bandolier slot. And then you'd have to choose. Or make it take up the backpack slot. Make players choose when to go hunting. When it's time to hunt, you don't get to loot. But if they're gonna do that, they should add hip bags. Like, you know, like the ability to have a satchel or a purse or something that you can sling over your shoulder that's a little bit more, because that's something you can do. You can wear a military style backpack and then have another satchel on. Like it's not that, like, you know. You see those little tiny satchels all the time, like this one right here. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's behind me. But the one that I pointed at was this one. It's like, this is like one of those hand satchels, right? Or I could see a purse being argued as you know, or a little bit better than a fanny pack, right? Maybe give it worse encumbrance when it's on that location. Like maybe it weighs a little bit more, but you can still carry stuff in it, right? Yeah, to be able to throw stuff would be fun. Specifically, I want to throw knives as well, but I mean, because I think that would be fun. I played what was it, Abiotic Factor, and my character class was throwing stuff. I liked it. It was cool. I think next time I play though, I'm gonna use guns. Uh, for uses of sinew or are do I need to make this pair of pants? No. But I want to be wearing the stuff that Higgins made himself because it's just nicer. I also want to make the backpack, but it's going to require me to kill that deer that's out in the woods somewhere. I mean, it's not impossible to do, but... And if I do manage to get that deer... Let's... Cows are out of the picture? What do you mean? There's a lot of people in the rat race that have cows. I don't have cows, but that's kind of by choice a little bit. Like, partly. I haven't gone and looked for cows. I don't really have an interest in them. Also, they're one of the more meta strategies that I don't like. So I'm averse to that meta strategy. It's although I do drink quite a sizable portion of vegetable oil, and I've been using rabbits, which are kind of meta on their own. I don't like the butter meta. I'm not keen. The idea of walking around eating sticks of butter in the apocalypse is kind of almost yeah to me. I like butter as a spread. I don't like it as a chocolate bar. So it ends up being, you know, yeah. I would want, if I ever did butter meta, I would be cooking that butter into stuff, just like I'm doing with the vegetable oil. Although I do take time to drink the vegetable oil, at least the vegetable oil's animation is makes me think more like I'm drinking like a calorie shake than I am, you know, than chewing. Butter chew. Yeah, cows are not out of the rat race. They are just, they're uncommon, but they are also something that you can get through event spawn, as well as some of the ones at the farms will still be alive. And if you take care, like get to them really quickly, you can actually save them. Quite a lot of them will be dead though. You'll find a lot of cows dead. Oh yeah, you'll see a lot dead. But that doesn't mean all. That's the fun part about, yeah, but if you happen to be one of the lucky folks that has cows, like, I mean, cherish them. They're a really good boon to have in the apocalypse. Infected doesn't mean, like, I think I got this from a trip, so. It just means that it's in bacterial infection. I just was doing a lot of cleanup little bits and stuff while we were injured so that I don't have to go out, but also that I get some stuff done. So we did a little bit of leather making, we remade Higgins' pants, and we're in a sizable amount of pain. I wonder if the pain will go down enough by sleeping time. 4 meals left. There were no farms nearby, but that's the thing, no matter what, you can go to where there are farms. There's no limits on the rat race. You can, in that sense, where you can go wherever you want. For example, if I wanted to, I could go off to Doe Valley and look for cows. Often cows spawn in this area over here. There's, I could go along the roads looking for the event spawns. There's a couple different styles of events that have animals. One of them is the animal trailer event. The animals in the trailers often are fresh. There's also the escaped animal event where you'll find either one or sometimes more animals that have escaped and they're like off in their own little area there. It does depend. There's like also you can just like rabbits. Wild rabbits are always good. Lots of different animals that you can go for. This little area over here, where is it? This one has potential for animals. I've seen chickens alive multiple years into a playthrough in this area because I remember in my Apocalypse playthrough, we were like 2 years in and I went to clear this area and there's still pigs. There were still also still chickens. There were some that were dead, but there were still some that were alive too. So you could rescue the chickens. Chickens are great. No, they won't get meat on your bones, but they will, they're just, it's nice to have alternative food sources to eat that aren't just foraging forever. Because foraging can get kind of tiresome. having extra food in the fridge is nice too. Actually, that reminds me, I wanted to check, I think I have knitting needles somewhere. I wonder if I have yarn. Probably. Yeah, point is that in the entirety of Nox, you will find animals. If you look in the entire area, you will find animals somewhere. And unless you yourself kill all the animals in the area, like all of them, which I mean, you'd have to go to debug to check, because sometimes the animals are off in the woods too. I've seen that happen a couple of times, where there's been like a group of sheep that ran off into the woods. It's like killing all the zombies. An area could be completely clear looking, but actually not be clear at all. When there might be a big bunch of zombies in the woods. And they show up on your doorstep one day and you're scratching your head wondering where they came from. They were there the whole time. Is it pain that's keeping me up? Yeah, it is. Okay, this is good because I was keeping but that's it. We don't need the goblet for this. We can just seriously another nightmare? Higgins, calm down. That's like three in the last few days. Dude. Poor guy. What are the odds? We'll go have a wash at the lake. All these lemongrass are dead. He does need therapy. Poor Higgins. He's having some problems with his sleep. Hold on, grab. It's so true. Empathy. 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 It's okay, Higgins. One day, it'll be okay. Until then, though, you've ruined another day that I could have did combat. So now I've got to go do something else that's not really combat intensive. I mean, I could just fast forward time, but I should be a little bit productive. That's what I'm going to do instead, is be productive. I forgot scissors. There'll be scissors on the road. You got scissors? I left a big bag full of scissors in back at home. I mean, it's not very far. I could run there and get it. But, it's a lot of walking. Nah, not gonna do that. It's already noon and he's already sleepy. It's because of the nightmare. Nightmares ruin quite a lot of that stuff. Really obnoxious. Grab, grab, grip, grab. Oh, we got a knife now. Didn't realize we would have one, but we want to. Wow, I mean, I inspected that shirt when I didn't mean to, but that's okay. So we will. Yep. So that's this entire section of road is now completed. Wow, my encumbrance is too high to chase you. we managed to pick it all up. It's heavy, but we got it all. And it's the first big, like, day of cleaning up some of the road. That whole road has got a big mess all along it that I need to tidy off. But that said, we're doing it in pieces during days like this where Higgins already ruined his sleep schedule, so he needs to fix it. That pile needs sorting, but later. Food first, sleep. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, why did this pew extend out to beyond what? Fine, I'm gonna be disassembling it all, but I'm pretty sure that. Oh, that's dangerous. Look, I was able to walk in here just fine, but now I can't leave. I can't. It won't let me out. Interesting. That is our first. Yeah. So be wary. I guess I have furniture that allows you one-way travel. Um, but yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm not needing to do that right now. I want more of the area under my control before we do that. Yeah, now it's time to push downwards. Mm-hmm. Pivot. Having fun? I feel like I am. Hopefully you're having a good day too. That's so fun. Yeah, that's good. Oh, cheeky flame.
Hey!
One. Around the corner. Two.
Hey!
Where are we at now, actually, for our... We're making good progress on the long blade. I feel like they used to be able to take that apart. I might need to make another sledgehammer soon. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Still need to sort out some of that. Like, we've managed to pull in a little bit of loot recently, which is nice, but at the same time, it still it needs sorting and cleaning. And we can delete this. Yeah, we don't need this. That said, though... Oh, did this... I thought this broke entirely. I guess it didn't. Might as well equip a new one anyways. No sense in using the same old one. That one's broken. Mhm. How many are left? We have 3 meals left. And I'm back. Huh, didn't see these. There we go. There's still quite a lot of swords to use there, so we'll use the ones that I've got on me though right now. I'm serious, slowly starting to run out of trees, which is hilarious to me. We're gonna have to carve that other section and start clearing out some of this. Can I wash these? No, they don't count. You have to unstack them, otherwise they don't count as individuals. That's unfortunate. I go grab my saw because I'm going to change up the interior a little bit. Might need to make another one. How many garden saws do I have left? Oh, they're both worn. My goodness. Okay, well, I mean, we might need to... We might need to make a new one. It doesn't make sense. That- Hmm? Oh, did one of the saws break? No. Is it broken and in my hand still? No. What? Is this mahogany? But it's a furniture that I just took apart with the other one over there, and then it was fine. This one is imperfect. This one's immune to being taken apart. I wonder why. You know what? Fine. Does a pillow help sleeping in an armchair? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I think it might. It helps raise sleep in a tent. So if you put a pillow in a tent, it makes it better. But I don't know if it. Furniture. Uh, Hello. It's Chili waving Chili. Ah. Well, it's fine. Oh, these are in my backpack. Oops. It does improve the tent though, doesn't it? Because I'm pretty sure when you put the pillow in the tent that it changes it. I can unpack the tent and look right now. Here, let's have a look. So tent's here. Let's go grab that pillow from upstairs. Because I'm also carrying around one of those sleeping bags because it's for the same reason. It improves the sleep quality marginally. You can right click to sleep on the chair, can't you? So let's see. So if you, it says sleep pour. I put a pillow in there. Sleep pour with pillow. If you have a pillow in your inventory in the car, it reduces the chance for neck pain. At least that's what I used to. I don't know if it still does. It does. You're looking at the code. Can you see if that's still the case? Because it's supposed to lower your chances for neck pain. But it might not be anymore. But yeah, I see there they've added the with pillow function. when it was first released, when the with pillow was first released, it actually made sleeping worse. But from what I understand, it makes sleeping better. I don't know though. I haven't kept up with it, and I sleep with a pillow sometimes. Sometimes I click on the spot that has the pillow. Sometimes I don't, and I don't actually know if it matters or not because the bed is a good quality bed, so it probably doesn't matter. Sorry. Hello. Alright, Cinnamon reached a 3 streak. That's crazy. I do apologize when I do break people's streaks, but I don't want to have I want to stream when I stream. So like, I mean, if it breaks someone's streak, I'm sorry, but yeah. Let's see. But I do appreciate that folks wanna build up streaks. Yeah, I'm glad. Sometimes those sorts of things can cause psychological problems though to streamers and to viewers, because you want to be there, and I want you to be there too, right? But it's one of those things where we don't have to overthink it. If it happens, it happens. If not, I still appreciate everyone. So don't worry about it so much. But I do appreciate it. It's very kind when I see people are on streaks. But I also don't want people to feel like they are obligated to be here. It's not like that. You're here because, because you want to be. At least I'd hope. So let's see. The thing that I'm working on right now is I'm trying to, that's how we were with your Wordle streak. My duo streak is similar. It can start to feel like a time investment, but I feel like I am still learning things from it. Although it's marginal, like it's not really like I would do better if I was actually learning from a professor, I should probably I'm concerned to learn directly from Emma sometimes, but yeah, I'm doing duo. I'm learning Swedish. And my Swedish is bad. Like I understand words sometimes and structure of certain sentences, but like it's just it's hard. Oh yeah, I was gonna go grab some bins. That's what we were doing. I'm making a little tailoring area. As well as I'm prepping to do some carpentry. Because I noticed that the weather was starting to not be optimal for fighting anymore, so I was like, okay, what am I gonna do instead? So yeah, I like smokies too. Yeah, I've been doing duo for a while. My streak is over 1,000. But it's one of those things where I'm not doing it to impress anyone. I'm doing it because I want to learn the language so that when I finally do move in with my partner, that it'll be fine. Like that I'll understand people. Even if it's not 100%, I'll understand some things. I think I'll pick back up a couple of these. We'll do it like that. Is the music crackling? Oh, that's annoying. Is it sound crackling in general? +1. Okay, so several people are hearing it now. Did it just start happening? Is music as when CPU is overloaded. It started happening 5 minutes ago. Zomboid's been active for 6 minutes. Or sorry, 6 hours. I can close this, reopen it, but I probably should close Zomboid too then. You thought it was the song? No worries, no. I like 100%. If you guys hear like there's audio issues, then we should fix it. So I'm gonna close Zomboid. It's probably like you guys just said. It's probably a CPU issue. My CPU is starting to get old, so it's not gonna be a huge surprise that I'm having CPU issues. My CPU is the oldest part of my PC. It's I can't remember. It's like an I something, but it's old. It's my PC was put together in 2016, so or a little bit earlier than that. So it's quite an old PC. Yeah. Anyways, I'm still gonna restart everything just to be on the safe side, right? So we'll do a quick reboot. It gives me time while Zomboid's loading back up to go and grab a tea. I'm not even gonna put the BRB screen on because I mean there doesn't seem to be much point if I'm only gonna be AFK for like 2 minutes. So I will be right back while Zomboid does its load up, and I did hit the button for music to come back, so hopefully it's not crackling. If it is, let me know, and we'll hope it's not. Next one. Not the best song for it. Probably should do the same song, shouldn't I? Okay, you guys let me know if it's crackly, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. So, I got back and I was like sat down in my chair and I was on the floor, so I was confused. I was like, why is everything so the chair's hydraulics again? Super annoying. Um hopefully they don't go out again on during while I'm still playing. Um the um the music is fine now. Just before I load into everything, I might as well hopefully it's not crackly. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, so it was clearly something to do with the program. Maybe it reached a certain point and needed a break. Um, but yeah, so as long as you sleep with the context menu, and yeah, it affects even floor sleep. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I figured it must have something to do with some things, right? Fatigue and discomfort, yeah. So always have a pillow, in other words, is what you're saying. Thankfully though, on my travel stuff is sleeping bag and tent. So I will always be able to have average sleep no matter where I am. Um I don't bring a pillow though because the extra weight of a pillow is it's heavy. I don't want to bring it around with me if I'm already bringing a tent and a sleeping bag. Although I probably should consider bringing it with me if the amount that it gives would be enough, like would be a lot. Maybe I should reevaluate that. I don't feel like Sonic's carnival theme right this second. Wally, on the other hand, I was excited when I seen this song because I really like this song. It's fun. All right. There we go. Let's go grab one of the big, and we'll use the big ones for laundry from now on. Yeah. It's funny because there's a lot of folks that I know that haven't heard this song in a long time, and then they hear it once in a while when they wander in, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that song exists." Mm, it's funny. All right, let's move this stuff where it belongs into the upstairs area, and then we're able to, like, I've been putting this off for ages. We can craft at night. I just haven't been. Because I haven't put things in their place. Okay, this one. This one's separate. We're gonna put it over here because I want to make sure that I'm only using this stuff. I want to be using it. 'Cause it's dangerous because I may accidentally use it without meaning to. Mm. Ah. You want to hear? Oh, I bet Rhett would sing it great. We should totally do karaoke. Maybe we'll add that to my list. I'll add that to my list. I am by no means good at singing, but I will still do karaoke, because why not? But if you're gonna go down, why not go down with friends? Let's go. Sandals. That's a lot of leather strips. My goodness. Yeah, this music's from one of the it was an expansion for The Sims. The original Sims. There's an expansion called Hot Date, which has some really good music, like really good. The original Sims had like some amazing folks behind it. We need to go looking for what's it called here in a bit? The Dogbane hemp. Because I don't have enough. Yeah, for the most part. Why is there one rope here? Oh, because I hauled over some wood. Yeah. Or one random rope. When I know that the rope pile is actually over here. So, You like that I'm not grinding the challenge and then I'm just playing when I feel like it? Well, some folks are playing it like they feel like it as well, and that you know, and the grind is what they want to do, right? It's their preferred play style. That said, though, yeah, I do. I think that I play the challenge when I feel, and when I've had my fill of it today, we'll swap and play something else. I was thinking maybe we'll play more of the Mega Bonk game, or we'll play something different. Maybe I'll even do a poll. I haven't really fully decided yet. But it's one of those sorts of things where, you know, I definitely want to put in a little bit of my fill here for this, and then we'll play it again on Friday. That's the plan, at least. So oh, that reminds me, actually, I didn't update my schedule on the schedule thing, on the browser. Give me 1 second. I'll do that really fast. It's right here. Edit. Submit. There we go. Fixed it. Okay. So now if folks were to click on the weekly schedule, they would see that specifically the thing that's changed about this week is the Saturday is going to be an Extra Life charity event. I'm going to stream for 24 hours straight. So, but that's you know, that's a different thing. Yeah, it's a scheduled 24-hour stream, which I haven't done a scheduled 24-hour stream for a long time. I'm looking forward to it. I suppose I probably should advertise it more. It's one of those things where when it comes up, I'll talk about it, but it doesn't come up a whole lot, like not like crazy like lots. But yeah, I'm participating, and I'll set up the links and stuff for the donations and all that. But we're going to be helping Children's Miracle Health. The whole point of the stream is to you know, raise money for sick kids. So that's, you know, hospitals is important. So, and then I have intent, like, and then also I'm going to be participating in another charity event that's at the end of the month as well. So that one will be hype and it will be busy. And actually, I'm going to try my absolute best to be there for the entirety of the whole thing as much as I can. So to the point where I may like I will still stream during it, but the thing is that I'm essentially going to keep an eye on it throughout, because through any of my wakeful hours, just to make sure that things go okay. Okay. Get some food, but yeah, big time looking forward to it. The other charity is Doctors Without Borders, which is a awesome charity. You know, more helping people. I really like charities that do that, and that are all about helping folks. And then inclusivity. I want the, you know, people to be included, or you know, helped with no issues. Okay, so things are better organized. Yeah, that song was from Mass Effect, by the way, because the I watched Emma play the Mass Effect games all the way through twice, and I really did enjoy it each time. It was wonderful seeing that story play out. One of my favorite memories from Emma playing Mass Effect was there is a point where there's in Mass Effect 3 where you have a muscular crew member um, asks you to beat their record for working out, and it's one of the hardest things for folks that are easily distracted to do, and Emma did it both times and succeeded both times. Because I know I would mess that up, so like it's tough, even because it's like it could be either button. And you got to pay attention. You've heard a lot of good stuff about it. It is such an experience. The story of it's really good, and the characters are amazing, and it made me cry more than once. So it's yeah. Because Emma did the best ending, but in order to get the best ending, there is some hard choices that you have to make, and although I do agree with the choices, I really like the characters that are involved in the choices, so it's like it hurts, and yeah. And then the way that it's executed is like flawless. And I get teary just thinking about it. Sometimes you get attached and to folks, and yeah. But yeah, Peak made me cry from laughing too. There's a few clips that a couple of friends of mine have that are just like that are so good. It's just like watching people get launched into space by those exploding things on the second area, or like it's just where people screaming as they like descend, and they're using the proximity, and oh, it's so good. They're gonna add a new biome. I'm hoping that they have the new biome active during our extra life stuff, because so for those that want kind of a little the docket, I don't know 100% for the extra life stuff. But what I do know is that it's leaning towards single player stuff, and then there's gonna be some multiplayer stuff with the group. So like it's a team. It's actually a team that I used to play Minecraft with ages and ages ago. They're still doing it. They do it every year, and they've done it every year for many years. I did it once with them a long time ago, but I don't have my same Extra Life account. I have a different one. Like I guess because they're just I don't know. I have lots of emails and ended up not figuring out which one it was. But that said, the yeah, so it's an old crew that I used to play games with. But we don't play very much of the same stuff anymore, because we were playing Overwatch kind of together at one point in time, but then we started drifting more and more into different games because a lot of us got burnt out of Minecraft. So we were playing a lot of different stuff, and also because at the time I was a Mixered Beam partner ages ago, which is not super ages ago, I guess, but they weren't streaming there at the time, so we just kind of parted ways, kind of. But I still kept in touch, and part of the group asked me if I wanted to participate in their Extra Life stuff, and because they ask me every year if I'm available, and this year I am. I have time. So I made sure that I am going to be available for the whole thing, as well as, we'll see what's up. We'll either, I know that they wanted to do possibly Schedule 1, Gartic Phone, there might be some other group style games in there. We'll see. we're gonna play it by ear, but the whole point is that my channel is going to be live for 24 hours on Saturday. And maybe we'll also do some. I'll maybe come up with some bonus incentives for donations, so that folks, like, I set the bar fairly low because I don't want to put any like stress on anyone or anything like that. But if we could at least hit that bar, then I would be happy with it. Yeah. But I'll set some incentives, like I've already got a couple things in mind. Some Zomboid related, some not, some related to this playthrough actually, which is interesting. But we'll see. Let's see, so I need to. We don't need. Okay, let's go grab a box of nails. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing Minecraft back then, but some of the crew has also, like, we could have put Minecraft on the docket again this year, but it's like every year they play Minecraft for it, so I can understand why. It's been kind of, some folks are against it this year. I'm not. I'm indifferent. I'd play Minecraft if it was on the docket, but that's because I've had a nice long break from Minecraft. Like, the last time I played Minecraft was with Karumi, and we did one of the updated packs, and it was okay. It wasn't super tough, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. But yeah, I could be convinced to play most anything. There's a couple of things that I don't want to play though. Mostly it was on the docket was, I can't remember what I didn't want to play, but there were some things. Like Escape from Tarkov. I couldn't see me playing a game like that. No, it's kind of similar to Rainbow Six Siege, right? I don't see myself playing those kinds of games. Or Battlefield. If I wanted to play Battlefield, I would play it with Emma, and Emma probably would be the only reason why I'd want to. Which is not, that's not enough as incentive. Not, because, Emma wouldn't want me there just because she's there. That's not... She'd want me to be having fun. I might have a little bit of fun, but it's like, nah. It's just like I wouldn't want Emma to be playing something just to humor me. It's not. Nah, that's not fair. Okay. I should be able to chop down a tree or two. Also gets rid of some of this debris. It still floors me how people were losing their mind over the debris. Uh, why? Why are people like that? Lose their mind over the debris, yet bugs that can fatally kill their character are less of a concern. I suppose it depends on perspective, you know. Like I said, they can see the debris disappear. Those fatal bugs that can kill your character only happen sometimes to some people. They don't happen to everybody. Although when you do see them, they are quite a focal. Yeah, we gotta go back inside. It's the last one. The deer nearby. The reason why I know is because my game froze like that. And usually that's what it is. It's an animal of some kind. And there is a deer in the area. So the deer is kind of close somewhere. That corn? Amazing. Good enough for now. Nope. Marigolds. They were dandelions. Incorrect. Why is add random game a thing and not add largest piece of meat? Like, I want to put the biggest one in. really. Give me my double chevrons. We're well over the calorie cap at this point. We're looking to gain over the fat cap right now, which we should be well over. We've drunk like how many of these? 6? There we go. That's double chevrons. Drink one more just to maintain. There we go. And now I just need to take a little bit of wine. Transfer. Needs to be open first. I have a corkscrew somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Napping. What's going on here? Okay. There we go. And yeah. That's better. Hello. Just to put it into perspective, the denseness of that forest was like that all the way over to here. Like it was thick. And now it's like not even there's not even that many trees over there anymore. And I've not even got even a portion of the amount of trees that I need for the wall. We need so much more. And poor Higgins is like destroyed. His arms hurt. His back hurts. He's gonna get a meal in. Get some leek in that. There you go. Eat that. He's gonna have a couple of acorns as his snack before bed. Ooh, are we're in that much pain, huh? Okay, part of me was very much like there better be an animation and if I'm having to do this, and I'm impressed. I think that's great. It's a good animation. Well played. I'm impressed. That was solid. If I have to open the bottle of wine because I need a corkscrew, I was like, I don't know if there's gonna be an animation. But yeah, impressed. Let's pour ourselves just a little bit of wine. There you go. Higgins is gonna have some wine. He's gonna have a nap. But wine makes the pain go away, so. grab. Um, we'll get more. One more pile of logs ought to finish that food pile. And get a rest in while we're over here. Your sword on the ground. Awkward. Littering. Littering swords. Each of those is gonna be a point here in a moment. But before we do that, actually drop the tent. This. Pick up this rock. Okay. And there we go. Looks a lot nicer now. Direct path is getting better. Garbage this. Go there. And finally... So that other dumpster can hold 70, right? And then this is why this is my favorite garbage can in the game. There's 12 bricks already in there, and I can put in the rest of the grass anyways. And it's still got a little bit of room for a little bit more grass if I wanted. That's over 300. Those garbage cans are voids. They're the best garbage can in the game. So good. Oh, it's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. Hopefully you had a fun stream. How goes? Are you having a good time? I'm doing some rat racing today, and then I've got maybe I'll play something else in a little while, like depending. I still haven't fully decided yet. It's one of those sort of, I will figure it out here in a little while, but I'm enjoying my rat racing for right now. Yeah, weeboos. We very much appreciate. Do a little, what's it called? The, I do a little intro. But hopefully your rat racing is going good. Or were you, oh yeah, you got a raid and run. All right, you have yourself a good one. Bye. I was gonna... Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. Yeah. Get some sleep in game. Right now I am in the process of building a wall. Just a little bit of wine. We can like say we're officially in the lavish life of luxury right now. Able to drink wine from a golden goblet. I eat food with a golden fork. Or no, golden spoon? Golden spoon. That's some lavish living. Or right now we're working on long blade, but also I just was taking a bit of a break from killing stuff so that I could do some other stuff for a bit. I broke. Rest in peace, Saw. Oh. Oops. There we go. Brand new saw. Saw that I made myself. Don't have to worry about going and looking for saws. Oh, don't carve. Okay. You're running out of nails? Yeah. We'll get more nails. There we go. If you look really closely at this animation, we're holding the saw in a weird way. You finally got your alpha done for your TTRPG? Oh, kudos. Congrats. Now I'm out of nails again. It's so close. It's almost done. And then I just gotta finish that section, and that's one side of the wall done. I just gotta finish the other sides. Um, you even get XP for that? I don't. Probably a little bit. I think I should be keeping them for that reason. It's the... Oh yeah, it requires 2 clay. Forgot that's why that's there. Oh. Mm. A whole colony of ants. My goodness. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a good day. Yeah, full colony. If it gets really, really bad and is hampering, then yeah, I will consider it. But in my heart of hearts, I hope that that paperwork is done and I get to move and be with Emma. And when I move in with Emma, I'm getting Emma's old PC. Now I know that would sound, but Emma's old PC is like 400% better than my current one, according to the comparator website or whatever. It helps even with stronger CPUs. Okay, well maybe I'll look into it. But yeah, Emma's old PC is a beast. And then the reason why Emma has a new PC is because we got Emma a new PC. Brand new. Made sure that it was like, top that we could get, and it made Emma really happy. Although there was some stress because there was some problems, but all in all, it's been mostly good. And Emma's been able to play everything at like super graphics with like high FPS. And Emma's got some very high tastes when it comes to that stuff. I can play Zomboid at 60 FPS and be happy. But Emma sees a stutter and can't stand it. So although I do like quality and I do want to give the best that I can, I've always, like, my oldest PC used to beep all the time, like constantly beep continuously, and I just, it beeps. It's just it's part of that PC, and I played with that PC for like years. Yeah. But yeah, I could look into it. I've been meaning to ask Red about some audio stuff, but I always forget. And then we were playing stuff, so it's like I want to focus on the playing stuff, not so much the technical stuff. Although I know that at a heartbeat, Rhett would help no matter what on those kinds of stuff. Like, he'd be like, yeah, and here's how you fix all of that stuff. And it's like, okay. Same as Elm, and same as a lot of the folks that I know, is they are very helpful folks, and they're, folks that you can rely on, which is nice. I like them very much. And same, if I have knowledge or something that I can give, I would be giving it back. because it's the only fair, right? If I'm going to expect them to be able to be there for me when I need help, then if they need help, I can be there for them, depending on the severity. Because I am not a like physician or like there's a lot of things that I can't do, but I would be doing the best that I can with what I can. Yeah, that's what community is for. I agree. Is that we are all here for each other kind of deal. I don't need more cod charcoal right now. Technically, I need to continue making the wall. I'm gonna leave it over here. Where did I leave that? I guess it doesn't matter. I can go grab the one that's to the north. This one. Because I can just make these wood axes, but I've been using the stone axes just because they're at easier access. Like there's lots more of them. I can do these ones though. They are the metal and superior, but the stone axes are quick to make. So it's like, which do I want? Yeah, that stuff helps with CPUs. It's just, I'm hoping it's not something like another program. It's those other programs sometimes. Ah! What are you doing here? This is my area. You guys are not allowed. This is against the rules. They're breaking the rules. We've set up some parameters here. Okay? I need to instruct you on the parameters we've set up. This is my area. You guys aren't supposed to come over here. You're supposed to be over on the far side and stay there. Okay? I own this half of Muldra and gradually will own the whole thing. But it's not, you know, you guys get to keep your side of Muldra for now. Okay? Yeah, I know. I don't appreciate you showing up over here, okay? Especially while I'm tired. Rude. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why I was even bothering to use the stone axe before. Now that I've seen the wood axe again, I forgot that the wood axe was so good. This thing is a monster when it comes to chopping trees down. I don't remember. Has it always been so good? I remember it being less good when I was playing Build 41. Hmm. This thing's just tearing through trees. Did that just rip my jacket? Like, for real? I barely touched it. It ripped our jacket. So I gotta remake like another jacket. That sucks. Why are the trees like razors? I have outdoorsy, don't I? Yeah, I do. Didn't save my clothes. I've had two clothing related injuries in the recent events. One was not no, it was a bush. A bush ages ago. But well, in Higgins' time it happened recently. Hmm? Oh, did you go back to sleep? And then you're back again? Did you actually go back to sleep when I asked you to? That would be interesting. I wasn't being serious. Oh, Generation 1 Transformers. They've got some good art style. Yeah. Okay. Frog. Yes. Well, I am well. You appreciate. Sure about that? I am sure. I'm just right now. I'm a little bit annoyed that that tree ruined my jacket. There's gonna be a third article of clothing that I have to remake. But in fairness, one of those pieces of the articles of clothing was my own fault. But still, like, that's not fair. The trees are attacking me. Oh. Oh, oops. And so now what I'm going to do is we're just going to put this there and there we go. The reason why I did that is because I don't want to eat this dog food. Fix our jacket, so that's unfortunate. And tree was rude. Poked a hole right through my jacket. I wonder if there's something cooler we can make that requires sheep leather specifically. Like, it doesn't accept anything else. Make another hide jacket. It's a fur hide jacket, which it accepts pretty much anything that's furred and cow. Cow and sheep. But if you made a sheep, like, why would you not make the other one? Because the other one's special, right? Yeah, this is any cow or sheep. Yet you can't do it with deer. A deer's hide is not good enough. Thankfully, though, you can use the deer hide for other things, like the leather pants. Is there anything else I can make? Well, backpacks, I guess. Really? At least it accepts deer. That's kind of nice. But given that these are patchwork, why is it only accepting medium? They look patchy, right? That's the thing, is all I have access to right now is medium hide, so it's like seeing a lot of these, it demands large. But it's just so, but if you look at it, it's stitched together. So like, why can't I use leather for it? Like leather pieces. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to do just do the hide one. Wait, what? I was just wearing the hide jacket though. Did I use a medium to make it? I don't remember using a medium to make it, but I might have. Well, that's really sucky. Do I have another jacket? Like, at all? I think I should, right? One's got a hole in it. It sucks. Am I sure? Medium leather. Yeah. I must have used a medium leather to make it. That sucks. I guess I'm making burlap. Am I wearing long johns already? I am not. Okay, well I guess that's what we gotta do then. 2, 3, 4, 5. I've not been wearing long johns this whole time, but because we've had that jacket, but it's done. It has a hole in it. Time to break out the other coat. This one also has a hole in it, but it's like been a while since we wore this one anyways. They're that uncomfortable, really? Ran out of nails. Again. Quite a bit of wood. I'd like to get a little bit done at least. Hello. You having a good day, Cookie? Did you master the blade? Oh. Damn. You're not stopping me from building what I want, game. I will defeat you by having a flashlight. You played Master on Mesmer? Yeah, Mesmer is great. I agree. No, it's fine. I like it. I think it's cool. Guild Wars is awesome. I think how far out do I want to go? I think we'll go to about here. Can we forge the fire poker? Yes, we can forge a fire poker. Is it great? No. If you're looking for a short blunt weapon that's really good, short bats and the mace, the stone mace are really good. As for metal, the metal mace is not bad. Has quite a lot more durability, lasts quite a lot longer. It's fairly good. I'd say metal mace is what you would want to go with if you're looking for something that specifically is forged. The fire poker's okay, but it's not Is its range better? They're all short blunts. Yeah, so Grim Hiker, you've been doing a lot of short blunts, right? Stone mace versus metal mace. Which would you say? Not counting the short bat, of course. Because the short bat is the wooden alternative that you kind of can get early, really quickly. And then compare them all to the nightstick. You're pretty sure the stone one's heavier? Yeah, okay, so metal then would be the one that you'd want. The stone one has fairly good durability though as well. And the stone one weighs 1.5. Does the metal one weigh 1? No, the metal one probably weighs 1.5 as well. Nightstick is irrelevant. I know, but it's comparatively to something that you can get fairly commonly. The nightstick early on is a boon when it comes to a short blunt player. Like they're like, ooh, nightstick, and it's like getting. It's essentially it's like me receiving the fillet knives. The fillet knives are not great, but they're not terrible. I still would prefer to see hunting knives, but seeing a fillet knife, I'm like, oh, or it's like a kitchen knife. I really like the kitchen knives. Are they the best weapons? No. For short blade, no, I wouldn't. I'd sooner be more happy to see a screwdriver. I would put the nightstick on par with the screwdriver in terms of it's how common it is and how early game it helps out. Nightstick's like a step above the tree branch. Yeah, see? So it's in the same realm as kitchen knife and screwdriver versus doing things like the wooden stake or the stone knives. Not the long stone knives, I mean the regular stone knives, right? Because they're still good, it's just they're not... You have better choices. But I'm not somebody who does a whole lot of short blunt comparatively. Like I've made short blunt all the way to 10, I think twice. Meanwhile, for short blade, I've been to 10 short blade like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10. It's between 9 and 10 times. Something like that. Like short blades are my go-to. They're my favorite. Short blade's scary. No, it's not scary. I've been to I like I mean, I like my short blade. That said, I know it's time to let it rest, unfortunately for the short blades. As unfortunate as that truth is. Yeah, how many Zeds do we need to kill to max each weapon? Yeah, it's between... It depends on if you have slow learner and, but that said, it's like under 50k each. But if you chose to do it, congrats on your streak, by the way. If you chose to do 100k per weapon, and that includes aiming. So if you did 100k per weapon, you would max all of them, including aiming, even with slow learner and reluctant fighter. And that's assuming that you're doing standard fighting, not fence fighting. If you do fence fighting, well, it'll be a lot faster. You're looking at roughly 60 to 70k. Something like that. And then more for aiming, but of course aiming's a little bit special. Aiming, when you pass level 5, receives a huge debuff. So you're gonna want to fence fight with the guns to guarantee your XP bonuses. Yes, you can fence fight with the guns. Alternatively, though, you could also shoot zombies when they're closer to you. That also is useful. But in terms of ammo, yeah, you'll be fine. Most of we did the crunching on the guns, and it'll be okay. Absolute worst case scenario, if somebody decides that they don't want to go shooting up with all their wonderful ammo that they've saved up, or if they manage to somehow run out and still need to get a little bit, and they've done all 13 points of interest, as well as they've killed the million, as well as everything else is done, like, I mean, then we would consider it. But it's one of those sorts of things that let's not bother with that until we get there, kind of thing. But according to the math that both so like Tyrannica ran numbers, I've run numbers, and a handful of other folks have run numbers, and according to our numbers, generally it's doable. Even in the worst possible state, it's doable. Fence fighting can increase, but I don't know if that's the case in build 42. It should. Anything that affects your melee combat affects aiming, actually. So if your character's panicked, you do less with guns. That's why Brave is so good, is because it keeps your panic down. And same with Pain. That affects guns too. Which doesn't make sense, right? But that is the truth, is that anything, if you take an injury and you're in pain, it'll lower your damage on your guns. Guns do a fair amount of damage, though, so even when you're injured, you really won't notice it as much. But kind of. But yeah, it's affected the same as melee. And I chose police officer, yes, because I knew that aiming and reloading would be a pain in the ass. That is part of why I chose police officer. However, also, Van Higgins originally was a police officer. He was a character that we created in January for special effects. We even gave him some lore and stuff. And when Rat Race was first announced, I said I was going to bring Higgins back, and we did. We brought Higgins back. This is the 3rd iteration of Higgins in the Rat Race. Technically, it's the 7th, and technically, it's the 8th Higgins period. Like, I've had 8 versions of Van Higgins. But, so there's the original one, which is the special effects playthrough, which was the Apocalypse playthrough. My original Van Higgins in the Rat Race died in Riverside to a missed axe swing. It's actually still on my last death command, I think. Yeah, that one. The second one died to a fence combat. And it was when that one died to fence combat that I said, you know what, I'm not doing fence combat anymore. And I did a little bit of fence combat earlier today, and I got kind of pushed over. So I was like, you know what, nah, I'm not even going to chance it. Not until I go back to playing sprinters again and practicing again. Because my fence combat is so rusted out at this point that there's just no point in me doing it. I haven't played enough fence stuff, and it does take some practice to do fence combat. There's timing in it, and if you mess up the timing, you get knocked over, and then there's a chance that you can get bit. So, that said, there were 4 other Van Higgins in the Rat Race, but those 4 all died in their spawn, so they don't count in my head. So that's why this is technically Van Higgins the 3rd. He's the 3rd one in the Rat Race. And he's taken it the furthest I've ever gone in the Rat Race. That said, there's still... He's got a ways to beat my PB, but he is my longest lived character now. At 3 years, 4 months, I don't have another character that's lived as long as him. However, my build 41 character still has my personal best for kill score. In order for Van to catch up to that, he's going to need to kill at least 190,000 more zombies. So we've got a ways to go before he's able to take that PB away. But still, it might be possible. It all depends, right? Don't know. It's either one or the other. And yeah, we'll get back out and kill some stuff here in a bit, but yeah, see, I agree with that mentality of that if they didn't make it out, that they don't count. But I will still count them as like mentions if folks want to know like the technicalities, because it's good to at least. I'm not gonna sweep any of that under the rug or anything. We did die quite a bit. In fairness, though, like I mean, it's tough. The starts can sometimes be rough. Like you can be like in such a good position, and then they just close around you, and it's over. Like it's super tough. You have to basically already be gone from that area in order to have survived. And if you didn't, you've got to do the mad dash, and the mad dash is not always the easiest thing to do. Does Adrenaline Junkie increase attack speed? No. Adrenaline Junkie hasn't really been good in quite a while. However, there was a slight resurgence because it does seem to work better than it used to in 41. So I have seen a couple of people playing with it. Remember, it functions when you have panic. So even if it did give you attack speed, you would have reduced attack damage. So logic dictates it wouldn't be worth it. Not unless it's like doubling your attack speed, right? Which if you're already at the point where your attack speed is that fast, chances are you're already mid to late game and your panic reduction's down. So you're gonna lose value in Adrenaline Junkie as time goes on, right? It still is good sometimes. Notably good at giving you kind of an extra burst of speed in sprinter play. I've seen Bonds using it for a little bit, but I don't know if he said it was still good. I'm not sure. I would trust his judgment though, because he knows sprinters in and out. You wouldn't need something like that in standard Shambler gameplay. There's some big differences between the two. Because in Shambler gameplay, you don't generally need to be in a rush, and you can take things at your own pace, however fast you want to go. Oh, I'm out of nails for the time being. This is my last box. I'm gonna have to make more. Where's Twist? You mean Twist on Fire? Like, do you mean where is he as in where is he in his playthrough? Or do you mean like where's his channel? Twist on Fire's channel's there. If you want to go watch Twitch, there you go. Easy peasy. He's still doing his run. He's still, but it's no longer. He decided that he didn't want to follow the official rat race stuff anymore. So he was like, he's still continuing his run. It's just he's moved on to his own thing that's sort of separated from the rat race now. It's still a cool run though. He's at like 500 and what was it, 560, something like that. Nearly 600k kills. He's not streamed in a few days. I don't know. I maybe he's got stuff going on in real life that he has to deal with. But either way, there's his channel. You can keep an eye on it, and if he streams, I thought I seen him streaming yesterday or the day before. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Maybe it was just a couple of days ago, but I do remember him streaming like it wasn't Rat Race, but it's his own run still. But he's moved forward. He's because he wants to. He doesn't want to wait for the devs to fix things, and because he has the ability to mod fix himself, he's been able to fix a lot of the things that are broken and kind of carry forward, right? So, but unfortunately, due to some of the ways that sort of plays with the rules of the rat race, that's why he had to opt out, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, he just opted out of playing the rat race and is doing his own run. It's still a cool run, at least I think. But yeah, and I don't harbor any like, it doesn't change my opinion of Twist. Twist is great. And to be honest, I understand. I think 100%. I get it. I'm waiting for those kinds of changes and those fixes and stuff is tough. It's not the easiest thing to do, especially when you have the ability to fix it on your own, right? You want to do it on the unofficial board, but you don't know how to talk to those folks? We just have to, I'm not sure. I don't even know if it's being maintained at this point. Cause I haven't really been paying that much attention to that board because it, you know, I pay attention to our board, the official one, right? So it's difficult for me to parse the, like, and then give more time to that, and then also, like, I spend a lot of time watching a lot of other runs. If I were to focus into that unofficial board and try to include it, it would just add an extra layer of work, right? So I just haven't looked at that board since I want to say September was the last time I looked at that board. Maybe I might have a link for it though. But that said, I don't remember exactly who's in charge of it offhand. Tyrannica would though. But I don't have a clue who is running that board. And I don't think Twist was like directly. I think it was being maintained by community. like his somebody in the community. Yeah. Yeah, no, Tyrannica does have a lot of good info for sure. Well, like it's a culmination of their own learning as well as like I mean they're very much listening to everybody. Myself, Rhett, doing the code stuff themselves, lots of testing. It's really neat. Yeah, I know, and I know that one is only the top 10 players. It's and then it's not really it involves the auto updating thing, which means it requires some kind of mod to do it, and I'm not going to install that. And neither is like for example Claire wouldn't install that because Claire's doing a vanilla run, right? Which shows that you don't need mods at all in order to play the rat race. You really don't. Even my run is not really that modded. Like I have a couple of mods, but it's like not very many. But yeah, I prefer our method of manual because the reason why I like our method of manual is because we go and check the runs. Like we go and check in. I watch some of the runs during my downtime, and it's great. I love it. I get to enjoy. Or I'll put some of the runs up on my other monitor. Like for example, somebody whom I'm not going to mention, you know, there's been some issues. And well, I mean, it was enjoyable, and I had a good time watching. Despite troubles, it was still fun. You know who you are. I need to grab food. Is it a fish-related issue? It was most certainly a fish-related issue. And I can show you exactly why and how to check. Like one of the things that you can do is if you open the drop down and check and then put it up back up, it'll turn things that are uncooked back into uncooked on this side. It's weird. Like, and trust me, I know. It says cooked, but then you touch this and touch it again, it'll change it back and it'll separate them. Because some of them aren't cooked, but it's putting them all under the same umbrella for some reason. I don't know why it does that. But if you, like I said, if you open up the drop down, it'll separate them back and then put the ones that are uncooked on top. And yeah, it's just weird interactions with Zomboid food system that you wouldn't really know unless you're really into the food system, which I've been very into the food system. I loved Saf's cooking, and I really like Zomboid's cooking system. However, I feel like there's aspects of Zomboid's cooking system that are not quite... It's not in the best place yet. Because it seems to me like there's a lot of foods that are just, like, extra. You don't need them. What's the point in having them when people are only going to eat two things, right? They're only eating like two things. The two things that they eat are non-calorie food, right? So non-calorie food, mushrooms, berries, etc. Anything that's got low calories, and then high-calorie food, mostly meats and you know, butter, oils, etc. Those are the only foods that exist. They don't, like, the other foods are all extra, which is unfortunate. I wish that that wasn't the case, because there's a beautiful system there that could be used, and the way that you could use it is by giving those, like, different foods different buffs. If you gave them buffs of some kind, like that they made your character slightly better, and maybe even some nerfs as well. Like if you eat something, maybe you're better at combat, but it's like you're worse at crafting or stuff like that, you know, like balance it out. It could give you some, yeah, encouragement of utilizing the system. Because it's the same as in reality. There are some foods that you mix and then you know, it improves your gains. While in other ways, there are some foods that you eat and it makes you, you know, more focused. Like right? I'd love to see more aspirations as well. Like, if you're treating your character good, I would love it if that similar to The Sims, where your character's elated, they're doing great. And if they're in a bad state, then I would take on extra debuffs. I feel like that's a fair trade, right? To gain aspiration, you know, make depression the real depression that spirals, and your character's extra super sad. They don't want to do anything. Everything is terrible, slowed, and like really hammer that one home. But then give them the opposite. Give them a happiness bonus, like an actual happiness buff. Like if they're in a good mood, they've got a spring in their step and they're able to walk a little faster, or perhaps maybe they swing with a little bit more jaunt. Like they're a little bit more happy. I would like that very much for the balance of it, because it like currently it just feels like a lot of the food system, instead of being interactive like it could be, like with like recipe cards and being able to kind of like similar to Necess. Just recently I played a game like Necess and Vintage Story, where they're both very much, the foods give you different buffs. They give you different abilities to do things. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are a mixture or a mixed bag, right? It would be cool. And it's not like it's not like realistic. That's how real food works. Sometimes you need to eat some protein, sometimes you need to eat some, but it's not reflected well in the systems in Zomboid, right? Because you've got your two systems. You've got your calorie system, and then you've got your fats and your lipids and your carbohydrates to get your second chevron. That's it. Those are the protein bonus is one of those ones that you get once in a while, but most of the time you'll overshoot it, because if you go over a certain threshold with the protein, you actually don't get any buff at all. So it's something like a very small window that you actually get the buff. It's during between 50 and 300. If you go over 300 protein, you're not buffed anymore, which most folks will, because when they gorge on fish, that they're getting a lot of protein, so they'll go over, and you won't really notice the buffs that for fitness and strength until you're on your decline, like your weight down, right? You start losing weight, but it's like super duper short. I love the systems in Zomboid that are like that, but I like feel there could be more there, right? I do like the survival elements and I like the crafting elements, but like I said, there could be like more flow. Things could be better accessed. Like a good example would be the kiln, right? None of these are accessible outside of looting. All of these ways to light the kiln are they're looting. You loot these, forage them. This one you requires level 5 electrical or level 4 electrical if you do inventive. You can get it in a magazine, but the magazines, it's like the pool of magazines is fairly large. You'd have to really hope to get that one. The fact that you can't light a candle off of the fire, yeah, I wish you could too. But not just that, I wish you could craft them. I mentioned this before, and I mention this every time I can. We should be able to craft candles out of animal fat that we get from butchering. So if you butcher an animal, you should get a little bit of animal fat. That would balance a little bit more of the calorie system so that it's a little bit less harmful to the low calorie, so you can build up your calories even if you're catching, like, I don't know, birds, or you have chickens or something, I guess. That said, though, you could utilize the like animal fat or tallow, or it's called lard in the game. You could use that plus twine to make candles, and then, like you said, light them off of a fire. Not just that, but you could use them for ambient lighting. Think about when the power goes out after the first month, and how long some playthroughs will go with no lights. They did all this cool lighting system, right? This, and they showcased it just for it to not get seen. And that's like, it'll get seen for the first little while, but then all the power's out. So like, you could take that lighting system and apply it to candles, so that if there's no power, that we still can have the ambient lighting and that it can be nice, right? That's what happens when the power goes out here, is I light candles and it's nice. Can you craft candles without wax? Yes, you can use animal fat. You put animal fat in a wick, and you can burn the lard. It's an old school method of lighting a candle. And there's a butchering system in the game already. It would incentivize trapping and hunting. Currently, catching a deer isn't worth it. The deer is worth for its medium leather, but that's it. And actually, if you look at how many of the tailoring recipes that actually take the deer leather, it's not that many. Like, it here, just to put it into perspective. Let's see. So you can use the leather for the medium leather pants. You can use it for the backpack, right? But most of the leather, if you look at some of the other things, you can use it for the pants. But if let's say I want to make the you can use it for the hide jacket. You can't use it for the hide coat because the hide coat requires large, which is only obtainable through killing a cow. You can't use it on the furred jacket because that one is no, you can do the deer leather for that one. No, it's the hide coat was the one I was thinking of. See, sheep, Holstein, Angus, calf, no deer. So you can't make a hide coat out of a deer either. But you can do a hide jacket. But there's quite a lot of things in the tailoring menu that, and despite their appearance for some of these hide things, like for example this hide sleeping bag, right? This hide sleeping bag requires a large leather, even though it looks tattered together there, right? It requires a full large one and a sheep leather. So you need to kill a sheep and you need to kill a cow in order to get this, right? The last one you found was twine shoes. Twine shoes are okay. In my opinion, doing chokers is better. If you're trying to level your tailoring. At least for now. Because it uses less, and then also you're going to get a lot of bones from, for example, if you've got rabbits. Or other animals in general. We'll see. I do have hopes that things will reach a point where it hits that flow. And I know that Indie Stone just hired a bunch of people and that they're gearing up essentially to do it. I believe it in them. They'll do it. They'll make it great. Yeah, we'll see. At least you can light the cigarettes. I've not played a smoker, so I don't know if that's for sure, but if you can, that's a slight better benefit. Cause poor smokers, they got like hit with the biggest of nerf bats. And they didn't really deserve that much of a nerf. I suppose the community did constantly say it was free points, and I could be smug about it and be like, but I'm not like that. It's one of those things where it's I kind of wish it wasn't nerfed as bad as it is, just because it's good for those folks that want to role play, right? But now they cough every once in a while, and you know the smoking stuff is even worse. Plus, when 42 was in its infancy, if you took smoker and then you went looting, you'd start panicking with the dead bodies. It was pretty bad. And then they added sadness to when you loot dead bodies. While it makes sense to some degree, it's like one of those things where it's like, why though? People like looting. Let's see. Is that a vanilla function or a mod? Consolidate? The consolidate all is a function in vanilla, yes. Consolidate all is but it was broken for a long time, and it still isn't working exactly as it was in build 41. The function of it is, yeah, it existed in build 41 as well. In build 41 you could consolidate all, and it would actually do the whole stack all in like in a bunch of them. Now you have to do it one at a time, which is fine. I mean, it beats earlier in build 42 when it was broken and you couldn't consolidate all very well. Like you'd have to do it one spool at a time, and it just made it not worth it. But now yeah, you can do like a bunch of it. Of course, it takes in-game time to do it, so the only reason why I'm doing it is so there's not 100 of one thread in a location. Because that causes problems when you have too many items in a spot. Which is why, if you're noticing that you have a lot of items in a spot, consolidate or use some of them up. Like, for example, how I had, what is it? I had a few hundred leather strips in a spot, so I consolidated them into bundles. So each of these bundles is 12 leather strips, right? So if I need more leather strips, I can just take take a bundle apart. I like that there are like consolidate options. There should be more though. Which is a lot of build 42, is there's going to be more, and gradually, you know, things that are further. Like, for example, one of the big ones I'd like to see is consolidation on charcoal. Like, what happened to the bag of charcoal? Did that was an item, right? I don't remember if it was a build 41 item in vanilla. It might have been. I don't know. Strange. But still, my point is that I would love to consolidate things like charcoal, because I use a lot of charcoal with blacksmithing. So it ends up being like we're using hundreds of charcoal. Yeah. But there's a lot of other things that consolidate. They've added in quite a bit. You can consolidate cigarettes into cartons. You can do ammo into cartons as well. You can do... there's a lot of consolidate options. And I'm sure they'll add more, because it's to compress, right? It lets us have a larger quantity of items in our vicinity, but instead of it can count as one item instead of 12, so that it's not overwhelming Zomboid, because Zomboid can't handle, 20,000 items on the ground. It's not able to do that, especially if you walk by. Like, if you watch my frames here in the corner, if I walk by this area, where is it? Not here. Maybe here is a bad example. There's not enough stuff here. Maybe outside would be a better example. I've been kind of getting rid of a lot of stuff though, so maybe I don't have enough to drop the FPS. Let's see. Right here? No. You can see that I've gotten rid of so much stuff now. I can't show off a good example. I've been too efficient with it. I got rid of too much stuff. Oh, nah, that's me being zoomed out on the grass. I've gotten rid of too many items, so we're not going to be able to see. I think I'll go out today and kill some zombies. Weather systems. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about the weather before in the game. The fog I find irritating at times. But it's one of those things where it's fog. It's actually, there are some benefits to the fog. I mean, you could always add that one mod that makes it so that Pyro Summer, but to be honest, you heat up way too much in Zomboid as it is. Rat Race, we do very cold. Yeah, no, I know you're not talking about Rat Race. I know you're talking about because yeah. It's like coldest settings in Rat Race, and actually it's the reason why it's the coldest settings is actually to help the players. I know it sounds like it isn't, but it's to help everyone, because when you're in the coldest settings, it combats the corpse sickness, and you're able to fight for longer into the corpse sickness overheating you and tiring you out. So it ends up being a boon, actually. Just one of those settings in Rat Race that actually is it's tailored for the veterans. Because we're gonna survive. That's just how it is. We'll live as long as we want until we mess up. Which inevitably mess up. It will happen at some point. Don't know when, don't know where. But it will happen. Or we'll make it to the end. Who knows? I mean, Shivas is close. Close to the kill count, anyways. You disagree from a crafting perspective? In what way? It being cold or it being hot? Because you're supposed to use the foggy days and the rainy days to not, like, to do base stuff. But Yeah, you're talking like it'd be cool to be able to do smoked meats as well, or like you know, jerkies. I would love to be able to do that. Also, there's no efficient way to get salt in Zomboid. You gotta loot it. It's like, and it's finite, kind of. It's infinite if you include foraging, but everything's infinite if you include foraging. Foraging is RNG though, and not the best as a result. If the answer comes down to, well, you can forage it, it's not the best because you can't rely on foraging. There's pools of items that are specific, and you can kind of get away with relying on foraging for some things, but what if you have to rely on fishing or foraging to get like a specific magazine? Like, I'm not talking how to gen, I mean like one of the trapping magazines or a fishing magazine. It's like a lot less likely, right? Becomes really tough. At least with the you know, how to gen is not as necessary anymore because you can grind your electrical up. Or did they change it to mechanics? I can't remember. I remember there was some talk about that. I have the how to gen already on this character, so I haven't had to look at it. But I know that there's some back and forth on that of some kind. Not sure. But yeah, you can heat the rooms, by the way. It's just if you seen that I had campfires, like the stone masonry campfires inside that room with my leather making setup, right? If you turn those on, they will actually increase your drying efficiency of your racks, and they will start, because they're based around temperature. And because that's but it is really annoying that the default wood value for the larger campfire is still the same as the smaller one, right? And I also don't like that the small campfire and the one that you make with stone masonry they're the same size on their interior. They're 10. They're both 10, at least with disorganized. So it ends up being, okay, well, why would I ever bother making the other one outside of it being safer? Because they contain the same amount of wood, and they're... Is the safety worth it? The answer is yes, but still, it's like... it's bigger. It should be able to hold more. The surface area of where is it? It's, if you look at the surface area of this little campfire here and the surface area of, where is it? Does this not look like it can hold more than the piddly little campfire? Right? This one here would make sense to be similar to the other one, but even arguably, I think this one should be 12, right? I think it should go 10, 12, 15. I think this should be equivalent to the oven. And it probably, maybe it is. I've got disorganized, so I don't know for sure, but with disorganized, it should be like that. And if you have normal, it should be bigger, and if you have you know, the game's got a lot of good qualities though as well. The sound design has got a lot of good qualities. And no game really offers the same style of zombies an apocalyptic experience as Zomboid. It's very unique in that. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm just always, you know, grumping out about the game, because I'm not. I love this game, it's great. But oh look, it's a katana. Not a complete katana, but it's still a katana. Alright, they can chill there for a bit. I'm gonna go up over here and have a rest. Yeah, it can seem like especially when there's a limited supply of things to do, right? A good example of that is glass making. I love the idea of having glass making in the game, but it needs like an expansion. It needs more recipes, more things to do. Same as a lot of the other recipe trees. It's cool that they exist there, but they're just very limited at the moment, right? Like if you look into some of these, like masonry, okay, masonry has 2 tabs. It has one here in the crafting menu, and it has one over here in the building tab, right? And if you look at the masonry in the building tab, you get your choice of brick walls, stone walls that are made with rocks, stone shelves, and then these 2 things here, right? And then the flooring. Meanwhile, in the crafting tree, you have these recipes here, and that's it, right? It's just, you get to make rocks, wheels, stones. These stones are only used in the one, where is it? They're only used in this, right? They're not used here. They're not interchangeable with regular stones here, because it would say that we can change them and we can't, right? See, regular stones. This is only used in this location, and also one other recipe. It's used in creating seed paste, which is utilized to make vegetable oil. But it's like, it just needs, there needs to be more, right? It's a good basis though. Like it's a solid base for more. And then they'll deliver eventually. At least I expect. Like, I mean, it's got so much space for the game to grow. It'll be cool, as well as the whole and I know that they plan to have some kind of like bigger generators. They've dotted around the map some new generators, right? So those will probably be activatable at some point, probably. Maybe with high enough electrical skill, or maybe a combo set of skills. And maybe that will then be able to light an entire section of town instead of just doing the generators on, you know, a smaller area. And they've also been putting these around. Ladders. I'm expecting that they eventually will be able in vanilla to climb them. I wonder if the zombies will be allowed to climb them. And if that's maybe what is being worked on as well with the whole raccoons climbing on stuff. Maybe the zombies will be able to climb. Like ladders, not... I don't think they'll be able to hop the fences. Because I don't think that they're gonna be, they might not even be able to climb ladders, I don't know. Brewing would be cool, yeah. I agree. And greenhouses. Yeah, there's some of the basements are brewing basements. Yeah, be able to craft grass ceilings and floor.
Hey!
Oh, no, I'm fine with it. It was nice. It's nice chit-chatting. I enjoy. Hopefully you're having a good day. Just need them to lose track of me a little bit. Some of them will actually lose track of me very quickly. Frog noses. It's cool that a lot of folks are on the same page about how they want to see the game kind of evolve. I like that. It makes it more likely that it will go in that way. And although I don't expect that every single change is going to be exactly what we think, because, I mean, let's face it, we don't always know best. We don't always know what's the best for the game in terms of our, but we know what we'd like to see. But that said, it's good. Well, they'll hit the right number of stuff, I'm sure. Happy balance between players and dev vision. I don't want all of them, I just want some. That should be good enough. Only 3 left? We're almost done the full section. Sizable chunk of zombies. Back off for a second. Get a proper rest in at higher speed so that we can get over there. Take a small portion of it. Should be enough. One more group. Oh. I want to fight the whole group. How many are left? Not enough. But I want to fight them. Alright, that's been dealt with. I can bail back to home, have a bit of a nap. It's solid. Two more levels in carpentry. 2 more levels in masonry. 2 and a bit. And we also did strength today. We got strength leveled up. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making it my way home. It's been very chill today. Solid session of Zomboid. We made some progress. I got a full level in carpentry. I got my strength leveled up. Like, we got quite a bit. I feel like my strength leveled up, but there was no sound effect. I didn't get my dopamine for strength. I got robbed, but it's okay. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes the sound of, I think maybe they don't let the sound for level 10 strength play anymore, and same for fitness, so that they don't spam. Because they used to spam, which is I was fine with, but like, you know, I could see it's quite a lot of other folks being annoyed with it. At least I got my and we're almost halfway through to level 5 Longblade already. At this pace, we should be seeing Longblade fly up, and we are gonna see the other end of Muldra soon. We're already nearly at the bookstore, which means that we just have about another half a street before we're at the other gas station, which means then I just have to clear the remainder of Muldra, and that's it. We will be able to say that we've at least done the bare minimum for Muldra. Yeah, it's a bit of a, and it doesn't stay clear because of its location. Muldra is basically in the dead center of the map, similar to Rosewood. They're both kind of centralized, and as a result, they end up being very like busy if you have a loud like we do. We have loud cars times like 10 engine loudness. So it ends up being like, or not times 10, but it's like, it is really, really loud engines. Happen. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can't make most weapons without maintenance 1, but thankfully maintenance 1 is easy to get. So you just have to make a handful of like the regular weapons, or you have to find weapons on the zombies. A screwdriver early on is really, really huge. Or a wrench or anything like that, right? Those kinds of things to just get you that real quick maintenance. None of the weapons get... No. So a lot of the weapons give maintenance. You mean things like a tree branch or stuff like that. Those don't give maintenance because they're not weapons, really. They're pieces of weapons. But yeah, I understand what you mean. But yeah, if you could find like a early anything, any early thing that you can get your hands on that is actually a real weapon. Yeah, screwdrivers are the best. But that said, you know, nightstick. Your last run, you went into the house's edge of Rosewood, and you didn't find anything? No weapons at all? Oh, if you killed over 3,000, though, you probably had hit level 1 maintenance. With that, you probably at least got like a handful of weapons. Yeah, in 3K, you would see at least quite a few weapons. You'd see like bread knives. I suppose in the first couple of months, you wouldn't see good weapons, but if you're looting at the same time, I don't know. It's arguable, I guess. Anyways, I see that as a good stopping point for me for today for Zomboid. If I do come back and stream, it will be something else later today. We're doing RimWorld tomorrow because tomorrow's Wednesday. I think, right? Is today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. All right. But yeah, so let's find somewhere where we can raid. Let's see. It's been my pleasure as always. And let's see. Interesting. Yeah, it was nice talking to you. Uh, let's see. Quite a few folks we can raid. Yeah, let's raid Grim Hiker. There we go. You guys can go hang out with the Grim Hiker. He's on a new run, brand new run. Hopefully he gets it off the ground. He seems to be fighting. Anyways, ta.